still doing a couple of things to prepare. Need to make sure I'm fully prepared. Let's go ahead and start sending out the call. Too many windows open. Too many windows. I end up defenestrating myself. And yes, I use the word defenestrate just because I like using it. It's such a fun word. I find it hilarious that there is a word in the English language that is that specific. And yeah, I know that there's, so I was doing a thing, like I guess what I can do for now is I can do like these. Boop. And I can just center it until it is time. Because I should be able to click on my full 1080p webcam view and it should come up, but I've been having trouble with that not happening. So instead, rather than lock my webcam, like if let me try, I'll click on it right now, and even though like it's saying that it's viewing the video capture device, it's not working. So I've been having an issue with that. I don't know what the solution to that is. Again, I've been so busy was editing and trying to get all the videos up, which I did not successfully do, and I feel bad, especially since the last one was the shout out video. But yeah. So unfortunately, going to probably be stuck like this for the time being, and then I will shrink it back down when it is time. When it's time. It's almost time. Almost. Play button still doesn't work yet. We do know there's probably going to be delay. They've already announced that there is going to be a delay. So unfortunately, again, life happens. We knew something like that could potentially have happened, or was potentially going to happen. They are, Jonathan released an announcement last night. They surpassed their expectation for redeemed keys. This is very similar to a World of Warcraft launch situation. For those of you who don't remember, when World of Warcraft first came out, when they were first doing the beta and everything, Blizzard was asking them, asked the serious question, like how many players are we going to have on launch? And they looked to, at the time, was the largest and most successful MMO, and that was EverQuest 2. They looked at what did EverQuest 2 peak at? How many players did EverQuest 2 have at its peak? How successful? connection issue there with OBS. Hopefully that will not happen a lot. Tumblr tags. Na 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 Tumblr tags. You know, it's funny. OBS is showing good numbers for me. I'm wondering if these connection issues are from Restream. I wonder if there's so many people trying to access Restream right now. I might have to do this purely on Twitch if that's the case. I might have to switch everything to Twitch. Here we go, here we go, here we go again. Disconnect, reconnect, disconnect, reconnect. Like I said, my numbers are good on my end. Like everything I'm seeing on my end says everything should be working. So again, I'm wondering if this is just all servers like around having like just a little bit of trouble, like Restream just not, you know, grinding your games is trying really hard to be ready, but maybe Restream wasn't ready. Tumblr tags. Na 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 Tumblr tags. Okay, I've already got those ones. Just put the vlog. Good boy. I have a feeling this is just the start of what the woes are going to be for the day. I have a feeling. Just double checking here. It's not showing anything on my... It's showing I'm streaming, but it's not showing any video on Twitch. It is not showing video on Twitch. That's not good. That is not good at all. There it goes. Okay, now I'm seeing my Twitch. All right, Twitch is coming up. Okay. All right. Well, that's all the socials. Again, numbers on my side are fine. Everything is green on my end. I have no control over what's happening at this point. I've still got to do all the Discord stuff, and then I will probably log from Discord just to make sure that's not interfering or being a distraction. Yeah, I have a feeling things might be rough on like all around. I have a feeling that this could potentially be a rough day for the internet. I don't know if the internet is ready for what is coming. But yeah, anyway, to continue my story on just like how these kinds of things can happen and what's kind of happening with grinding gear games. So Blizzard Entertainment, they see EverQuest 2. And they're like, okay, EverQuest 2 can get 300,000 people. All right. And they literally said that. They literally said this. We're probably not going to get that many. That is what Blizzard Entertainment said when they released World of Warcraft for the originally. We are probably not going to get 300,000 people. But they said we should be prepared for that many. And you know what? Let's be optimistic. Let's make sure we're over prepared. Let us prepare our servers for 600,000 people. So there's no possible way we're going to get double whatever Quest 2 performs, but we're going to prepare for 600,000 people. And of course, World of Warcraft launches. It is probably still the most successful MMO launch of all time. 6 million people. A full order of magnitude more than they were prepared for. Keep getting interrupted. Keep getting interrupted. Ah! But yeah, anyway. So yeah, they've never had more than 200,000 people on a league launch. Never. And so they prepared for 1 million people. Now, the good news. There is good news in all of this. It may seem like they are under preparing, but here's the thing. They may have underprepared initially, but they also get to see every key that gets redeemed for the new game. They get to see all of them. So they know potentially how many people are going to play today. They potentially know how many people. Now, of course, more people can't play than have keys. So, but that doesn't mean they're actually going to get that many people. You know, I guarantee there's a lot of people right now, even with all the hype, that are going, hey, it's going to be crazy today. It's going to be absolutely crazy. So I'm not going to play today. I might not even try to play this weekend. But even still, they have to get things set up for the number of keys that have been redeemed. And there are more keys that are constantly being redeemed. So they have, as Jonathan said in his release last night, they have been doing everything they can to expand server capacity to match the demand that they are seeing from the number of keys that they have had redeemed. Almost done with all the social. Okay, it looks like there's a Steam patch. So they're patching things there. Okay. All right, I'm going to pop off the Discord now so that that is not taking anything up or being distracting. Take a look, make sure I don't have anything else running that needs to not be running. Okay, there was one more thing I wanted to do. Again, I want to make sure there's just as much room as possible, because I'm going to be recording this for my own posterity, especially if I have to upload to YouTube later separately, or upload these separately. Because here's the thing, as much as I disconnect and connect from the servers, I don't have to worry about that when it comes to the, I do not have to worry about that when it comes to, oops, stop that. That was not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. Oop. All right. And we're installing the patch. So hopefully this is the last patch. Hitting the play button. My fellow exiles, we're here. The gears are grinding. Log in, dude. We knew this was happening. It is actually technically the servers are. I don't think the servers are live yet. So, in the meantime, oh, I should switch over to, because there might be an echo going on. I should switch to headphones. Ah, man, my cords are going to get all tangled at this rate. All of the cords getting all the tangled. Tangle, the tangle. Look at this. Look at this mess. This is my own damn fault. I need to keep my office more organized and clean. It's really hard to do when you have migraines. Alright. Try this again. Alright. Real quick, I guess we can go into options. Okay. We got DirectX 12. It's running off my Titan. We are windowed full screen, just like I like. I wonder if this imported any of my settings from PoE1. That would be useful if it did. Everything's looking so good here. So far so good here. I'm not going to fiddle completely with this. Oh! Item filter is already ready. We don't know when those filters are going to be available. Hide filtered ground items. We're not, you can change for key pickup and auto equip and stuff like that. We're going to turn auto equip on to begin with. We are not going to disable tutorials. I want to see what tutorials and what advice the game is giving. One of the things they're really trying to improve with this game is new player onboarding. So I want to see how well they're doing with that onboarding. Okay, interface. Language English. Enable profanity filter. Certain profane words can be replaced in the chat. We don't need that. Well, this is This is a mature content stream. I'm pretty sure I have all the mature content labels on. So yeah, we don't need that. We will be enabling quest tracking. We're going to go ahead and show time. We're not going to confine the mouse to the window. Oh, well, we won't be confining the mouse to the window today. Mouse wheel zoom. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, I broke it! I broke it! It might be because I was trying to click that setting when I don't think it's going to show my email. I don't think it is. Ahaha! Here's the countdown. Maybe it just needed a reset for that. All right, let's go back to options. Game interface. Again, get rid of that. If you try to do this on Steam, it crashes it. Okay. Well, there's a bug we can report right off the bat. Okay. All right. So that, again, it should not be relevant. So yeah, we've encountered our first bug. The, what am I trying to log in for? There is no server yet. Servers aren't coming up for a few seconds. Alright. Back to options real quick. Again, dupe. Alright, show corner map, auto center map. Landscape transparency, I think we want that full. Show outline names, show points, hide map overlay mods, rotation effects, always show sockets. This I think we want on our items. 2, 1. Everyone give the servers your strength. Come on, show me the queue. Ah. Try again. Let me go ahead on the other screen here real quick. Let me take a look at X. I'm not seeing any updates. They are saying they've been doing some patching and things like that. But come on, show me that queue. Unable to connect still. All right, let's go. Keep going through options for a little bit more. We're not going to hide my tabs. Show full descriptions, support gen pop-up utility, show life and mana levels, hide life mana reservation, no, show flask buffs, show aura icons. Depending on how crazy these get, I might have to show mini above me. through resistance icons. Back in place, keep stop smooth. We're going to make our cursor a little brighter. A little easier to see. I think this is a decent cursor size. Enable clicked cursor. Navigate tooltips. We're going to turn off global for now. We can go ahead and turn off guild chat for now too. Right. Okay, input. We're going to be switching to controller in a bit. We're going to stick with defaults for now. I am going to switch this to WASDA for now, though. Okay, notifications. Yeah, I want these to pop up. Unless these, yeah, I want all of the notifications to pop up. Why would I not have these? Why would they not have these set? All right, try again. Ah, hello, Caitlin. Well, the servers are having issues. I'm doing better than the servers are today. How about that? How's that for a start? All right. Yep. Again, let's check to see if there's any updates. Ah! The whole is crashed. The website is down too. So, yeah, we were worried about this. We knew things were going to get tough. That's the whole point of the story. It's like, you know, GGG. They thought they were being optimistic. They thought 1 million users was going to be optimistic. But, all right. So, while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and go into what my plans are going to be and some of the things I'm going to be doing on this stream. So, the whole point of this stream is, first of all, boost Path of Exile 2's numbers. Get as many eyes on this game as possible. Get people hyped, get people excited. Obviously, a lot of people are already excited and hyped. Excited and hyped. Well, everybody has crashed GGG servers on both the game and the website. But still, we're still going to do that. We're still going to be trying to boost numbers. Again, at this point, every streamer knows what's going on. I might take a chance. Well, I should probably wait and make sure that everything is clear, so that way things are things are properly queuing up and being registered by the servers for all of the events that GGG is doing. So, for example, right now, today, and this does not work on me as far as I know, I don't think I have subscriptions active on Twitch in any way, shape, or form. But if you go to an active Path of Exile 2 streamer who has subscriptions available, if you either subscribe at any tier to 2 streamers, or you gift 2 subs to an active streamer while they are streaming the game, they have to do it while they're streaming, then you get a pet. You will get a special pet. So I'm gonna wait to do that until after everything is stabilized with the servers, and we'll refresh the X thread. Darflarian! But yeah, we were all expecting this. So that is priority 1. That is the first thing that I'm aiming to do, is just get more eyes on the game, get as many of my friends possible in the game, both to support GGG, and hopefully this time more of you guys don't bounce off, and I will get to play this game with more of you. Because it looks like multiplayer in this game is going to be cracked. Like, it looks crazy the way that the skills can combo off each other. Like, if you've got a team that's really synergizing together, I think you will be able to do crazy things in this game. So that's priority 1. Priority 2, log my experience so that we have video record and documentation of as much of how the game plays and feels to a gamer like me. And obviously GGD wants feedbacks from as many different types of gamers as possible. They especially, again, if you've never played this game, they really want your feedback. They want to make sure that this time around they are onboarding you a lot better than they did in the original Path of Exile. They are trying to avoid that whole meme of, the player just, dies to Hillock a couple of times, and then they finally beat Hillock, and they get their first skill point, and they're like, oh man, wow, this is a lot harder than I thought, and they click the skill point button, and they open up the Path of Exile skill tree, and they're like, nope, and they uninstall the game. They're trying to fix that. They're trying to fix that experience. So they definitely can use your feedback. I personally think with the content that is available in early access right now, the $30 price tag on keys, and remember that $30 comes with $30 of in-game currency for the store to do things like buy stash tabs with. And $30 is a decent amount for buying stash tabs. I'd still wait for a sale, wait for the stash tabs to go on sale, but because they do that like once a month. But grab a key if you can. If you can't grab a key, and again, I am not the streamer to follow for this, but if you cannot grab a key, go to one of the big streamers. All of the streamers are giving away keys right now. I was listening to Talkative Try, who is one of my current favorite new creators, and he was giving away keys the entire time I was listening to him this morning. So, and people were literally buying keys and gifting them to Try to give away to streamers. That's the kind of community this is. Okay? This is a fantastic community. So, follow a streamer, watch their content. They're going to be giving away keys so you can get in and you won't have to pay anything. Checking the thread again. Checking the website. Yep. Website's still down. GGG accidentally DDoS themselves. Oh, at least we got. I love the music. I absolutely love the new music for Path of Exile too. At least we got good music to listen to while doing this. But yeah. So I am going to be putting. Is this up on stream? quite a bit today. So I can focus on the player experience and focus on how things feel and how things working with minimal distraction. So when that happens, I'm going to be minimizing OBS, and I should probably not even be trying to do this while the Path of Exile website is down. If we're lucky, we might even see another further update come up. So yeah, so that little scrolling overlay that's about to leave my window, about to leave this corner here, that's going to be up quite a bit. And I apologize, I'm not going to be responding to chat because the purpose of this is giving my genuine reaction to how things are going, so that GGG can make improvements, so that when they actually launch the game, everything will go well. Hopefully they are doing things now, making improvements now, so that when 1.0 drops, this doesn't happen again. Instead of clicking login, I'm going to click on the website. I don't think, at this point, like, constantly trying to log in isn't going to help. So I'm going to chill. I'm not going to click the buttons. I am going to keep trying to follow the thread. I'm going to keep trying to follow the thread. Keep looking for updates here. And this is where I'm going to hang out for the time being. Yeah, everything's on fire. I should probably, I can pull this up in Chrome. What I'll do is I'll switch for the time being. Oop. Switch to it this way. Oh, my webcam image lines up almost perfectly in this one. Yeah. As you can see. This is ready. We're ready for over 9,000 players. Supports 1 million logins or 1225. Alright, we're back. We're back. I just realized I don't have my, I don't even have my mic in front of my face here. So my sound quality probably was not the best. Oh, I know something I wanted to check. Alright, so I have a brand new, got this Christmas money, early Christmas money, just for today. I don't normally game with controller on PC, but again, testing as many experiences as possible, I wanted to make sure that the game would feel good on controller. So one of the things this has, I don't know if you can see them, is this has back buttons, and this has 6 buttons on the front. Now, I might have to set something up in Steam regarding this controller. Like I might have to set that up there. But I want to see if natively, if PoE 2's controller support allows me to assign things to these extra buttons. So let's take a look at that. Okay. So go into input. Let's change to controller. All right. Auto input method detection. Path of Exile 2 supports DualSense wireless controllers, DualShock 4 wireless controllers, Xbox wireless controllers, and third-party X input controllers. This is a third-party X input. It's a Vader 4, by the way, in case you're wondering. Okay. And we're gonna... Alright. So now, I can hit the A button to log in. I did not mean to accidentally log in, but apparently I am trying to log in now. I was actually trying to not do that. Alright. So, we have a controller dead zone size. Got some nice options here. Controller device. Prompts, item snapping. Okay, so this does not look like it does key mapping. This does not look like it does key mapping. So I might be able to do something in Steam, but even then, like, it's more going to be like macro things. So what I should do is I should take this moment to open up the software for this, and I should map the extra buttons. That's what I should do. While we're waiting, we're going to go ahead and do that. It's called Space Station, I think. Try looking up. There we go. Fly Diggy Space Station. All right. So all right. We've got those set now. Now I can keep my control fully on both sticks, and I will still be able to trigger all of my face buttons. Now, actually, arguably, what I actually need to do, hold on, I need to do this. Hopefully I'll be able to, this is arguably what I need to do, because I am less likely to move my my left thumb down. Check again for updates on the thread. Okay. Now I'm having issues on OBS. Let me take a look at my... Okay, this should be enough, but again, there's probably a lot of network load right now. I'm not sure how much I could do this. I don't want to drop below 4K. I really don't want to drop below 4K. Again, I think this is a network stability issue. Here's the whole thing. Let me go ahead and turn that off now. Also make sure this is disabled for now too. But yeah. So, all right, now that I got all that set up, but yeah, that's the plan. That's what we're doing. I'm going to be spending a lot of time when we finally get into the game. When we finally get into the game. I'm going to be spending a lot of time doing just tuned into the game. I need to tune into the game for this to work. So, in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about lore. So that's actually one of the things I've been most fascinated about. A lot of people are going to be probably talking about like builds and build ideas. I'm going to be starting Warrior. I'm going to be trying the Warrior specifically with the controller. I will eventually try some ranged characters with the controller, but I think Warrior is probably going to be one of the better ones to use. I really want to try the active blocking out. I really want to see how movement during attacking feels, and I think the controller is going to work really well for that. We will be doing WASD as well. We need to test all of the controller inputs. We need to test classic click to move. We need to do it all. This needs to be as active and full a test as we possibly can. Just as we're currently testing the integrity of GGG servers now, we need to be doing this for all gameplay mechanics and everything like that. So I am probably going to go Titan. There is one particular node, as I did on my live stream the other day. I showed this one mode, I think it's called like Titanic Form or something like that, or Hulking Form, where it drastically improves the power you get from your passive tree. I mean, to a ridiculous level where I am certain it's going to get nerfed. I am absolutely certain this node is getting nerfed at some point. So I want to try that out in its pre-nerfed form, just to see whether or not it is as broken as I think everybody thinks it's going to be. And then from there, I'm probably not going to plan much past this, but we're going to do Witch. I haven't decided what Ascendancy I'm going to do for Witch yet. I'd really like to go Infernalist. I might make my decision after I see what kind of gear is available as we play the game, see what kind of mods and how that gear seems to be dropping, how it seems to look in the store. And this game doesn't have any kind of smart loot, so I will be able to see what kind of gear will be available to the Witch as I play the Warrior. So depending on what kind of gear I've got access to, and depending what's on the passive skill tree regarding resistances, if I think I can make a viable Infernalist, I will go ahead and play Infernalist. Otherwise, I will play Blood Mage before and save Infernalist for when I'm a little bit more knowledgeable and skilled at the game. Because I think Infernalist is going to be extremely powerful, but I do think it is a I do think it is an ascendancy you really are going to need to develop your skills to play. I don't think it is going to be beginner friendly at all. And I was actually just talking about that Shafi 2K. I'm going to be starting Warrior, and I'm going to be going into Titan. That's what I'm starting with, and then I'm going to be going into Witch. If it looks like I can go Infernalist, I'll go Infernalist. If it doesn't look like I can go Infernalist, I'll go Sanguimancer. From there, either Mercenary or Monk, I'm thinking. I might go Ranger, just because I am worried there's going to be a lot less people testing Ranger, and Ranger is definitely going to need testing. I honestly think Ranger is going to be a very powerful class. I think it's going to be a good class. I think the fantasy behind it's going to be fun. It's just currently being overshadowed because if you're a Path of Exile player, you've played Ranger, you've played Deadeye, and you've played Pathfinder. Sure, go ahead. I don't know what kind of stream delay I've got, by the way, Shafi, so... But yeah, I'll answer your question as soon as I get it. Okay. So. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, so, the way classes in Path of Exile work is you choose your class when you start the game. And then what your class determines is it determines your starting location in the passive skill tree. And then it determines what ascendancies you have access to. That's it. But when you do start a new character, you will start... So if you want to play a new class, so let's say you play Warrior and you're just not feeling Warrior, and you want to see what the Mercenary's like. When you start the Mercenary, you will start from level 1 at whatever the starting area is, and you will have to play through the game as the Mercenary. There is cross progression in this game for certain systems, but campaign progression, Atlas progression, I'm pretty sure as well, all of that is tied to your character. It is not tied to your account. We don't know what systems will be receiving cross progression. So, for example, in the original game, when you unlocked Pantheon powers, those were cross progression. So once you unlocked a Pantheon power for one character, you had it for all your characters. When you unlocked a crafting bench craft, as soon as you unlocked it for one character, you had it for all your characters. You're very welcome, Shafi. And LoveX Love Lean, I am actually doing pretty good today. I don't know if the hype is carrying me through, even with the problems that we're getting with the servers. But, yes, it is definitely important who you pick. Hello, hello! Autumn 1, how are you doing? Yeah, this is a game where they want you to make permanent choices. This is a game where they want you to feel the weight of the choices and the decision you make. So it is very much that classic old school RPG where most of your progress, most of what is going on in the game is tied to the character, and you will need to experience it again within the good news is grinding your games. One of the things they talked about is they have heard many complaints about Path of Exile 1's campaign. All right. They heard the complaints about Path of Exile 1's campaign, and they were like, okay, we need to do better. So they have been spending a lot of time to make the campaign not just as enjoyable as it possibly can be, but as replayable as it possibly can be. So there's going to be things like, especially once you start to optimize your path through the campaign, for example, there's optional bosses that you can find, and each of those bosses provides a benefit. So, like, one of the things I'm curious to see, where it's like Ben and the racing community, Tai Killer, etc. I'm curious to see which bosses and builds they come up with, where they have like the optimal path through the game, where they're like, okay, before I can get to this point, I have to kill this boss, you know. And so strategizing and picking your path through the campaign is probably going to be pretty fun. There's also going to be, I think, a lot more in the way of campaign exploration and choice. We know in Act 4, from the previews, for example, that you hire a ship, and then once you hire that ship, you've got all of these different islands you can go to. And you get to choose which of those islands you go to, or if you decide to go to all of them, you get to go to choose the order. So we're really hoping that GGG has managed to deliver, and the campaign is way, way more fun than Path of Exile 1's is. And from all of the reviews that we've heard, all of the people who've gotten hands-on play so far, it is looking that way. It is looking like they have succeeded, at least for these first 3 acts, because that's all anyone's been able to play since, I think ExileCon was the last time anyone could play Act 4, so... Let's see, how many do I have on PoE 1? What is my current hour count on PoE 1? I'm at 3,500 hours in PoE 1. I have actually been playing since the alpha. I managed to get into the alpha, and I bounced off of it like a lot of players did. It didn't help that at the time, I think they released the alpha just before Blizzard did their very first beta test for Diablo 3. So I went from playing the alpha for Path of Exile to playing in the first Diablo 3 beta test, because I was able to get into that pretty early. And basically all Path of Exile did was make me want to play more Diablo 3. Then I'm actually one of the players who, when Diablo 3 came out, I actually really enjoyed it. Even with how bad the loot was, even with a lot of the launch day woes, I beat Diablo 3 the weekend it came out. And no, I'm not trying to log in until I'm not going to try to bombard their servers. I am certain on Twitter we will be getting an announcement, because right now they're deploying more patches. They are trying to upgrade the servers for the amount, because they made the same mistake Blizzard did when they released World of Warcraft. They looked at how many players they had in Path of Exile at their peak, which is around like 200,000, and they said to themselves, there is no way we are going to get 1 million players. We're going to prepare for 1 million players. Okay, we're looking at half an hour is the current update. So it looks like hopefully within a half an hour, we will have access to the game. But yeah, so they thought 1 million players was optimistic. They've cleared 1 million players redeeming keys for the beta. From Shafi, is there not an end or complete to these types of games? I understand how PvP games have players playing for thousands of hours. Don't understand how that can happen in PvE games. So it's all around how Grinding Gear Games releases content. Every 3 months or so, Grinding Gear Games releases a new challenge league. And that league you can think of it as almost a mini expansion. it comes out with a whole new slew of content, new monsters, new bosses, new items. And so there's a regular new content cadence for Path of Exile where you're going to log back in and you're going to try to beat the new content. As far as an end to the game, so in the end game, in every one of Path of Exile's end game since shortly after 1.0, since whenever Shaper appeared, they have had a pinnacle boss. So after you beat the campaign, you will find out in the story about a new threat that demands your attention. So, you in the original game, you slay Kitava, you get the title Godslayer, and then in the current storyline, a soldier named Kirath comes to you and is like, look, we could really use your help. We're worried that Rayclast is about to be invaded, and we don't even know the nature of the forces we're facing. And so you then start kind of like this new endgame storyline where the whole point of the storyline is trying to get your character as powerful and strong as possible so you can slay some type of pinnacle boss. And then, depending on what kind of goals you like or want to achieve in games like this, that becomes like that. You can kind of consider that the beating of the game. Like once you've slayed the pinnacle boss. A good example is, I don't know if you how many JRPGs you've played, but a lot of JRPGs like Dragon Quest, you beat the game, and then there's like a new game plus where you can keep playing in like this extra dungeon where the boss is like God, and you have to go kill God, So it's kind of like that kind of theming. But there are a lot of players. There are a lot of players out there in PvE experiences that they just want to push themselves. Like think about WoW rating or rating in Final Fantasy XIV or another MMO. There are just some players that they want to get better at the game. They want to develop and build their character as powerful as they can, get as good at playing that character as they can. And so even once you've killed that boss, you're like, oh, wow, I just barely beat that boss. I want to do it in 5 minutes next time. And then I want to do it in 3. And then, above and beyond that... oh, you're very welcome, Chaffee. Above and beyond that, Path of Exile has a racing community. So if you're familiar with like speed runs for different games, there is an entire community dedicated to speed running Path of Exile. And one of the more popular streamers and content creators, Zizaran, actually hosts a special event that runs... At this point, it's run roughly every other league. And basically, he gets a hold of GGG, and they actually set up a special private server where anyone can connect. It's called a private server, but anyone can connect. Anyone can join the gauntlet. And it is a race to see how fast and how many of Path of Exile's bosses you can kill with these really challenging and difficult modifiers on the game. So, like, that gets... The last gauntlet, I played around a little bit in that. I got my butt handed to me. I am not a racer. Yes. So, Path of Exile 2 allows for up to 6 players to play together in the same instance, in the same party. Path of Exile 1 didn't have much in the way of, like, really, really interesting party mechanics. So the basics of Path of Exile 1 party mechanics was there were a handful of skills you could use that buffed party members. So, like, for example, you could have... you had auras that affected everybody around you. And then they added in these linked skills, but nobody liked using them because if the person you linked to and were buffing died, you died. So... in the past, like, party play basically amounted to a bunch of really highly tuned builds surrounding one character who was usually called the Aurabot, and basically they loaded up all of the auras on their character and buffed all of those auras as much as they could, and then all of the other players in the party were receiving those buffs, and that was the majority of the party play for Path of Exile 1. In this game, one of the things they've worked on is making it so that lots of skills interact with each other. So, like, for example, as a warrior, there's a skill called, I think it's like Earth Shatter, where you slam your hammer down, and you create this fissure, this molten fissure that spreads out across the screen. And then once that fissure is created, anytime a slam happens, it spews molten magma everywhere. So if you're playing the warrior, you can lay down Earth Shatters, and then somebody playing the druid can run around slamming the ground in bear form, and all of these newly created fissures will start spilling magma everywhere. Another example is the monk has an ability called Tempest Bell, where you can drop a bell on the ground, and anytime an attack hits that bell, it rings, dealing damage around it. So you can drop that bell, and then somebody with the rapid fire crossbow can come and start pinging the bell with the crossbow, causing it to rapidly ring and explode and deal damage around it. So I think party play in this one is going to develop around trying to find ways your characters can interact with each other to basically create the craziest skill combos you can. I think that's what we're going to see for party play in this game. And the good news is, I didn't mention this before, any character in this game can use any skill. So you can have barbarians casting spells, you can have witches running around firing crossbows. You can create all kinds of crazy builds in this game. So not only is that like one fun aspect, but I'm sure with the way parties are going to work in this game, I think there's going to be lots of people creating crazy party builds. For now, slay monsters. That's basically what you're going to do. There are special challenges in the game like Sanctum that you can do as a party too. We call it Sanctum because that's what it was called in Path of Exile 1. In this, it's going to be called Trial of the Sekima. It's kind of like a roguelike mechanic where you go into this special dungeon and you have to avoid all of these traps and not get hit by the monsters. And every time you do get hit, you lose honor. And once you have no honor, you fail the trial. So that's an example of something that parties will be able to work on too. But a lot of the... this is very, very much a kill the monsters heavy game. Beat the boss heavy game. They've been working a lot on their boss design too. The bosses look fantastic. It's very clear they have been very heavily inspired and learned a lot from FromSoft and Elden Ring when it comes to boss design. And they have just gone out there this time with bosses. And there's over 100 bosses in the game, or there will be. Right now there's like 50 or so. But once the full game comes out, there will be 100 bosses. All right, I'm going to check on the update. We're getting close to 2 o'clock. One of the ones we're hoping comes back. The first Path of Exile league of this year was a league called Trial of the Ancestors. It was kind of like almost a Total League, where it's like you are you're hiring these warriors in kind of like this Valhalla-like afterlife. You're hiring them to fight alongside you as you're trying to take down enemy totems. And, whoever manages to either take down a certain percentage of the totem or kill the enemy's base totem in the back wins. So that's something that was a lot of fun that happened this year that we're hoping will come into Path of Exile 2. Especially since it does look like we are going to be seeing a lot of Karowe themed stuff, and that was the Karowe Afterlife was where you were in. The Karaway, by the way, are based off of the Maori in the Polynesian Isles. So, as this game is made in New Zealand, they put a lot of Polynesian myth and folklore into this. So, but that is not currently in the game, but that is something a lot of us are hoping is going to get in the game. There's a tower defense mode in the first game that is now a core mechanic called Blight. There's a lot of us that are hoping that'll eventually come. I know Darth Microtransaction has been really rooting for Blight to make it into Path of Exile too. So, yeah, grinding your games goes all kinds of crazy stuff. They even did, as an April Fool's Day joke, this was not actually a serious game mode. As an April Fool's Day joke, they made a little mini game you could play for a while called Path Royale, where you started at level 1 on an island, and then you had to try to find gear and kill monsters and level up in a full PvP environment with this whole shrinking damage zone and everything. They just threw that together as an April Fool's Day joke. That's the kind of company this is. I'm sure we're all wishing that the launch today went a little smoother. I know grinding your games is probably like beating themselves up. But because you should have, I was watching interviews. Oh yeah, 1 million viewers too. Yep, I'm not surprised. But you should have seen some of the interviews. Every time launch day came up, you could see Jonathan sweating bullets and just kind of getting excited and nervous in his chair, going like, "We're gonna try our best, we swear." Because this is not like some big time publisher or big time studio. This is like a little dev in New Zealand that's doing this. So. But yeah, so a lot of us were worried this was going to happen. Be careful about sending what intent you sent out into the universe. But hopefully, around the next hour or so, around the turn of the hour, at the very least, they'll have the queue up and running, hopefully. I'm going to really quick, before that hat starts, I'm going to take advantage and take a quick break. So, I am going to put up the Be Right Back image, and then I'm going to come back and then hopefully be back here like before 2 o'clock. So, 2 o'clock my time, whatever the hour is your time. So hopefully be back in 8 minutes. All right. We are back. Now I might have to reset the game. Depending on now they can do live deploys occasionally, but my guess is most of the deploys for early access will be resets. Oh, that is one thing to note. So this is an early access release, and it has been asked. We have found out from Grinding Your Games what is going to happen as they release new patches and new content into early access. What's going to happen to our characters? They are going to be creating a early access only eternal realm where once they release new content and reset and update things, your characters will get retired to that realm, but you will still have access to them and you'll still be able to play them. So you will still have to make new characters whenever they do major updates, and they're planning on doing major updates. Folks. They're planning on doing major updates much the same way they do their leagues, where there will be a big content drop. So, like, for example, we have 2 classes we knew that just only barely didn't make it into early access. That's the Huntress and the Druid. So those should be dropping relatively soon. And then, of course, we've got the remaining 3 acts that apparently also almost barely didn't make it. So, as early as, February, although I'm pretty sure they're probably they might either go right before or right after to give Path of Exile 1 content room to breathe, because they are going to continue to support Path of Exile 1 for those who prefer that game. Because they have changed a lot in this game. It is its own new beast now. Maybe the same universe, may have a lot of the same concepts in it, but it is its own game. So they're going to continue to support Path of Exile 1 with League content. And we're looking, I think they said we're looking at late February for the next Path of Exile 1 League. So they might try to stagger things to give that content room to breathe. But yeah, so we will probably see. I don't think we're going to see the next 3 acts until closer to launch. They might even save them for 1.0. That's what they did with Fall of Oriath. They saved the ending of Fall of Oriath, the final few acts, for when they finally went live with 1.0. You couldn't play them in the beta. So my guess is I would not be the least bit surprised if we do not see Acts 4, 5, and 6 until 1.0. But we will almost certainly see all of the classes before then. They will release all of the classes into early access first, because that's the important thing. They're going to want to test all of the classes, all the skills, all the weapon types, all of the ascendancies. They need to test all of that to make sure everything works. It is actually getting warm in here. It's legitimately getting warm in here. I might need to go turn down the thermostat. It's not coming from my... Believe it or not, it's not coming from my computer. So... yeah. Alright, it is 2 o'clock. Let's see if the thread is updated. Another update. We have found a last-minute crash that would have affected a majority of users that we have now fixed and is being deployed. Once that's out, we will be doing our final checks, then opening access. If there are any further updates, we will let you know immediately. Once again, thank you so much for your patience. We are almost there. Wonder what time it is in New Zealand right now. I wonder how late everybody's working to make sure this works for us. Because keep in mind, they timed this for a North American launch, even though they're in New Zealand. All right, so I am probably wondering if it'll kick me off or... No, let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and stop. Oh, nope, not that way. We'll do it this way. Close out the legit way. Okay. And we will wait, see if they deploy an update patch. So one of the things I have been thinking about is I have been thinking about what is currently unresolved in the lore. Because we still have a lot of mysteries, a lot of things we don't know. So the key mysteries we don't know is we don't know who the boss is of any of the acts except for Act 1. Apparently, some people have had Act 3 spoiled. I have tried not to have that spoiled. I have suspicions for who the boss of Act 3 is. But I don't know who the boss of Act 2 is. And no one knows what the bosses of the remaining 3 acts are. We also have no clue who the Pinnacle boss is. We do not know what the status of the impulses that are surrounding Rayclast are. So we don't know what, if anything, is going on currently with the old endgame storyline from Path of Exile 1. We do not know, and of course, the one thing you'll hear if you log into like any kind of interviews where streamers are talking to each other about this, we don't know who the Hooded One is. Although, again, apparently some people do know who the Hooded One is. And we don't know where Zana is. Like, Zana disappeared in Path of Exile 1. She was one of the big important characters. We grew too big for our britches, and she's like, you're becoming almost as bad a threat as these eldritch entities are. I'm out. I can't support you anymore. And she left. So we have no idea where she left to. We do know from the most recent league she is still alive, and she is still working on Atlas technology. So but for those of you who don't know, the big plot story thread that we're kind of picking up on from is in Rayclast you had these 2 civilizations. In fact, actually have more than 2, because it's implied that lots of different peoples had tried to conquer Rayclast, and we keep finding out about more of them. Like, we found out that there was this, basically the Path of Exile equivalent of the Vikings came to Rayclast, tried to settle there, and died. Like, bad things just keep happening to anyone who tries to conquer Rayclast. But the 2 big ones are, you had the Vol Empire, which is an ancient Aztec-themed empire that dived headlong into the pursuit of thaumaturgy, of magic, especially going around these special gems that you could find and craft within the mountains of Rayclast. In fact, one mountain in particular. And there was a man named Doriani who really, really dived deep into this thaumaturgy. And he lost himself in it. And he had this... The funny thing is Adziri, the way she is described in the lore, she does appear to have legitimately loved and cared about her people. but she was also incredibly vain. She felt she was the only one who could truly protect and keep her people safe. And so she pursued immortality to make sure that she would be an eternal queen, eternally guarding over her kingdom. And so she basically let Doriani off the leash to do whatever he want. And whatever he wanted turned into a cataclysm that destroyed the Vol and nearly wiped them out completely. Those people, the survivors, ended up mingling with a group of humans living in the mountains of Rayclass called the Asmiri. They brought their warnings of what had brought down their fall to the Asmiri. And it's at this point we think, we're not entirely sure, but we think roughly around this point is when the Templars were created. And basically, the Templars are dedicated entirely to seeking out and destroying all sources of corruption, and they see thaumaturgy as the absolute pinnacle of corruption, like the worst evil you can unleash. Well, eventually, the Asmiri formed their own empire, which would become to be known as the Eternal Empire. And the Eternals carried that taboo wisdom. And they said, hey, this thaumaturgy, these gems, we can't mess with this stuff. And for like 1,000 years, the Eternals maintained their civilization that way. Until you get to an eternal empire named Izaro. And he can't produce any heirs. He turns out to be infertile. And so he's trying to come up with a solution to who will rule the empire in his stead. And he's looking at his court and he's looking at all the nobles in the empire and he's like, none of them are worthy. They're all corrupt. They're all, they will all abuse their power. They will all make sure that the empire becomes their own little puppet for their benefit and their benefit alone, especially that jerk Chittis Parandus. So he comes up with this idea based on old Asmiri lore, where the Asmiri would find their chieftains by subjecting them to a gauntlet, subjecting them to a great trial. This is something that we have learned now that another tribe in Rayclast, what are they called? What's that matriarchal tribe in the Vistiri Desert called? I can remember that they're in the Vistiri Desert. Like, I can remember that proper name. Why have I forgotten? But then again, when I was doing Warhammer stuff earlier, I kept forgetting the name Transhuman Physiology. But they also do this like trial thing, and we go through the trial of the Sekimas in this game. Still checking for updates. I'm also expecting a content update to drop and patch on Steam too, now that we know that there was a bug, a fatal crash they had to fix. So Izaro gets this idea, I'm going to do that. But whoever's going to rule over this empire, the Eternal Empire, they need to do more than just beat some captured beasts and get by, some basic tribal traps, hunting traps and stuff like that. So he starts designing this labyrinth, this intricate, just nigh unsolvable, nigh unbeatable labyrinth that he's going to use to test supplicants to come in and potentially become the new emperor. And he actually goes full egalitarian on this. He rules that once the labyrinth is completed, anyone, anyone of any tribe, of any part of the empire, can come to the capital, enter the labyrinth, and if they can beat the labyrinth, they will become the next emperor. This inflames the nobility, especially the aforementioned Chittus Parandus, who begin plotting to basically rig the whole thing. Chittus and his family start seeding informants throughout the project, bribing off architects, bribing off officials, until they can find out, and they basically get a full map of the labyrinth. They know all about all of the traps in it. They know all about the beasts. And so when the labyrinth finally goes live, Chittus goes into the labyrinth, and using all of this information that he has bribed and stolen, he beats the labyrinth. He becomes the next Eternal Emperor. And then he literally imprisons Izaro in his own labyrinth. So, if you followed the story so far, if you're still with me, we've got these gems, these magical gems that can imbue you with incredible power, and all of these other thaumaturgical sciences based on corruption that can lead to power and potentially even immortality. And then you've got a man like Chittus Parandus, who was willing to lie, cheat, steal, and murder to become the emperor of the Eternal Empire. You probably can put two and two together right there. He comes across a thaumaturgist named Malachi. And Malachi basically becomes the Eternal Empire's Doriani and becomes an expert on thaumaturgy. And Chittus basically lets him off the leash to do whatever he wants. Now this almost gets averted. Oh, thank you so much. Crisis almost gets averted. So remember, I mentioned those Templars who believe that the corruption from these gems and from thaumaturgy are like one of the greatest evils. Well, they're still active. They're still in the Eternal Empire. And they see what Chittus is doing. They see how he's abusing thaumaturgy. And they see what Malachi's doing. And they see the horrific experimentations Malachi is up to. And the High Templar, a man named Vol, says they are going to destroy us all. If we don't stop them, then we are all doomed. So he puts together a coalition of Asmiri, Kadui, why can I not remember the name of Desheret's people? Why is that the people of the Vestiri Plains? Why can I not remember what the name of the people of Highgate are? But he puts together this coalition of forces to overcome the Eternal Empire and bring down Chittus Parandus. And he actually succeeds. He almost stops everything from going on. But Malachi was clever and intelligent. And as things started to turn, he went to Vol. And he told Vol, hey, it's already off the rails. What you're worried about, the thing you were worried about Chittus doing, it's already happening. I can stop it. I just need to get to this mountain, Mount Veruso. I just need to get to Mount Veruso, and if I can get inside the mountain, the source of all the corruption, I can destroy it. And I can save you and all of the people of Rayclast from annihilation. And of course, Malachi was lying. He had, of course, no intention of destroying the source of corruption, but he somehow still managed to trick Vol into taking him to Mount Veruso. And within Mount Veruso, he did find the source of all corruption, and the cataclysm happened again, destroying the Eternal Empire, destroying the forces of Vol and the rebels, and setting the scene for the first Path of Exile game. So in Path of Exile 1, the Templars that managed to survive have taken rule in an relatively imminent quote from Jonathan. We're relatively imminent, guys. All right. So the Templars survivors have set up rule on this small little offshoot continent island, kind of like a Madagascar to Africa kind of situation, called Rayclast, or Rayclast called Oriath. So they have been managing to rule relatively in peace. They were spared the worst of the cataclysm, and their culture flourishes. And it becomes a theocratic culture. And sure enough, eventually, a man named Dominus rises to power. He actually rises to power after his predecessor ends up accidentally coming in contact with an eldritch entity that will be important in the endgame storytelling. But Dominus, he gets convinced by a witch named, who would come to be known as Piety, that thaumaturgy, the gems, they're not evil. In fact, they can be used to thwart evil. The problem with the Vol, the problem with the Eternals, wasn't that the gems are evil, that thaumaturgy is evil. The problem is that greedy men went too far and sought and pursued power they didn't deserve. And so Dominus, of course, hears this and immediately becomes one of those greedy men seeking power that he doesn't deserve. He begins exiling people to Rayclast with the goal of setting up colonies there so that he can begin accessing the virtue gems of Rayclast again. And that is where your story begins. You are exiled by High Templar Dominus to Rayclast for crimes, some of them horrific. The witch had her coven and all of her family and people destroyed by a group of townsfolk in Oriath, and her response to that was to murder all of their children. Yeah, you are not always a good guy. By contrast, the Marauder in Path of Exile 1 is exiled because he refuses to submit to slavery. So, kind of a bit of a gambit, a bit of a span of morality in the first Path of Exile game. So, Dominus, of course, tries doing his thing, and this ends up with a near similar cataclysm to what happened, only this time you're kind of more the triggering influence. So it turns out that the source of corruption in Mount Veruso is this entity known only as the Beast. Symbolism, symbolism, symbolism. And it turns out Malachi didn't die in the cataclysm. Malachi has taken control of the beast and now holds its reins and is influencing these events around the world, including potentially piety and High Templar Dominus. So you, in part one of Path of Exile, you slay Malachi and you slay the beast. So you killed the beast. You killed the source of all corruption. Problem solved, right? Yeah, no. Part two of the campaign, you find out why the beast exists in the first place. Basically, you had all of these old, I don't want to use the term eldritch because that has a different meaning that is also applicable to Path of Exile, but very monstrous gods. Like, think about like immortal man-eating spiders and crabs and wolves that, you know, are the greatest apex hunters. Think more like the gods of Princess Mononoke than like the gods of like Greece or the Norse Empire. I'm seeing people trying to log back in again, so I'm checking. Relatively, I'm still waiting because they said they're going to deploy a patch, so I'm waiting to see if that updates. In the meantime, I'm not going to add to the stress to the servers. We will wait until GGG tells us we're ready. So now these gods have all been unleashed along against Rayclast, and you meet a god named Sin who claims to be allied with humans. He claims to love humanity and want to protect us, and claims that the reason the beast was created in the first place was to basically imprison all of these gods and prevent them from destroying us. So you end up going through the finale of the original Path of Exile. You eventually slay the darkest and most powerful of all the gods, and then you use both the powers of divinity and the powers of corruption to destroy him and create a new beast that will now imprison all the gods again. And hopefully this time, this new beast, since now it's been created by both corrupt and divine forces, hopefully this new beast will be tame and won't result in any destruction in Rayclast. Fast forward 20 years, the Count of Ogum, which I believe finally remembered their name, the Marikath. Don't you hate that when it pops in? Anyway, the Marikath are the people of the Vestiri Plains and Desheret's people. I believe Ogum is located in a little country called Ezimir to the south of Rayclast. They're an interesting culture. They're kind of like, they also have a little bit of Viking theming, like they use runes and stuff like that, but they have also like some druidic theming to them. So we're gonna finally get to explore more of their culture. We've only dabbled with it in Path of Exile 1. But the Count of Ogum has managed to protect his people from these rampaging gods. He sees the opportunity, as you create the beast, he sees the opportunity to strike back. He finds an entity called the Hooded One, binds this entity to a tree, and steals from the entity an object called the Seed of Corruption. And although it has not been confirmed yet, we are all pretty sure the Seed of Corruption is the new nascent beast. So now this Count is trying to shape and mold the beast to his desires and his own lust for powers. And so that's where we come in. We are people who in one shape or another have spoken against the Count. And so he has decided to execute us, as he has basically anyone who has argued or tried to get in the way of his plan so that he can sacrifice us to the beast. And that's how the game starts. And hopefully, I'll be able to show you that soon. Because even though I've seen it, I am totally going to watch the cinematic again. All right, relatively imminent, 13 minutes ago still. Pardon me a moment. So, before I get into endgame lore, I think it might be fun to just do like just a few little fun tidbits that some of these will help with the explanation of endgame lore. Others are just kind of just little fun side things that I find amusing about the lore of the game. So the Norse-themed kingdom, the Kalgurans, they use runic magic. They channel, as they describe it, like the power of the stars and starlight. And they forge their runes from like falling meteors. So they know nothing of the virtue gems or the powers of corruption. And they actually come to Rayclast. You meet them. You meet an expedition in the appropriately named Expedition League. You meet a group of Kalguran adventurers who are exploring Rayclast, and they can't use the virtue gems. Like we touch a virtue gem, we can feel its power and we know instantly what it can do. They touch a virtue gem and it's a pretty rock. So there's something about being in Rayclast, being born of or near Rayclast, that enables you to use that power. And it does appear to be something you can be exposed to, as you eventually find out that the Kalguran people who tried to settle Rayclast back in the ancient days, they eventually got to the point they could use virtue gems. So it's possible that the Kalgurans we'll see in the campaign can use them now too. Another fun note on the Kalgurans, they have Norse D&D. They have Dungeons and Dragons. Those Kalguran adventurers actually are playing in an active campaign run by the character Rog. So Dungeons and Dragons or something like it exists in Path of Exile. One character that might be important to Path of Exile 2 that is still somewhat mysterious is a character named Kalandra. The infamous, if you've ever heard anything about the original game, you might have heard that the rarest and most valuable item in Path of Exile is an item called the Mirror of Kalandra. You might have also heard of that from the series Everybody Loves Large Chess by Nevin Iliev, because he actually uses that in his series as one of the spells that one of his mages casts. There's a bunch of Path of Exile references seeded into Everybody Loves Large Chess and other of Nevin's stories because he is a Path of Exile fan. But Kalandra was a mystery for the longest time, and then we got a league called Lake of Kalandra. And we supposedly met Kalandra in that league. She's this bird lady. And we still didn't learn that much about her. Like, she was still pretty mysterious by the time the league was over. Like, we didn't know why she was in the lake, why she's prisoner there, why she can't escape. She didn't know what her goals were. or we really didn't know what her goals were, other than, of course, to escape the lake. Um, so she's still quite the mystery. We don't know a lot about Kalandra, but there is a theory running around. There's a fan theory that that wasn't Kalandra. That the reason she couldn't escape the lake is because she is a reflection of the real Kalandra. That at some point, Kalandra either created or gazed into this mirror lake, and it created a reflection of her that is now trapped there. But the real Kalandra might be still out and running around. And interestingly enough, tied to that and the Mirror of Kalandra, it has been confirmed that the reason you have all of these legendary unique items, so like you can find, for example, Calm's breastplate, the Katawi warrior Calm, you can find his breastplate and you can use that as one of your equipped items. Well, your friend can also find that breastplate and use it as an equipped item. Well, how can you both be wearing Calm's infamous legendary breastplate? How can you both like wield these legendary axes and stuff like that? Well, all of them are mirrored items. They are all items. They're not the actual original legendary items. They've all been created by mirrors of Kalandra, which is why one of the few items you can't use a mirror of Kalandra on is a unique item. So, what are some other fun little tidbits? I should have written a list down. I was thinking about these earlier today. I should have written them down while I was thinking about them. Path of Exile 1, you were talking about earlier about different game modes. Path of Exile 1 has an interesting little league that's still that is still core content in PoE 1 that you can still play today, called Heist. Pardon me. Should have taken my garbage out before the stream. But in Heist, you get to know a ring of thieves and criminals, and you get to put together like your own little like Ocean's 11's team to go try to rob extremely valuable items from all of these different places in Rayclast. Pardon me. And one of the reasons I bring them up is there are some Marrakech women who are a part of that ring. And it appears from data mining that was done on Heist League that there is unused dialogue. Like we have the actual audio of the dialogue. There is unused dialogue and unused quests that seem to be pertinent to Path of Exile 2, where one of the women in Heist League is actually from the Marrakech tribe that we're going to be meeting in Act 2. So it's interesting. I don't know if that dialogue got cut. There's been a lot of speculation. Was that dialogue cut because of spoilers? Like they didn't want to spoil that much of Act 2? Or was that dialogue cut because they changed some of the story in Act 2? Oh, this is one that's kind of important. Path of Exile is kind of a Groundhog's Day universe. So, in the lore, There is a character I mentioned earlier, Trials of the Ancestors, the uh, the auto battler league, the Dota auto battler style league. In Trials of the Ancestors, you can meet the Karui god of death, Hinikora. And Hinikora is a very interesting character. Uh like like a lot of um mystical figures. She tends to not speak very directly. She speaks in riddles a lot. And she breaks the fourth wall. There are times in Trial of the Ancestors where Hinikora appears to be talking to you directly, not your character, to you, the player, as if you exist and are an entity that can be referenced and appealed to in the Path of Exile universe. But one of the things Hinikora tells us is that time in the Path of Exile universe is cyclical. Everything that had happens has already happened before and will happen again. And this seems to be an allusion to the fact that we play in these league content, or that we create these new characters that play through the same content again. And they've played around with this in some fun ways. And so this kind of brings me to the endgame lore of Path of Exile 1 that might be important in Path of Exile 2. So you kill all the gods, right? You kill every god you come across, and you earn the title God Slayer, and you become famous throughout the land. Way back when Fall of Orius Thirst came out, after you killed Kitava, the god of hunger, you were approached by a woman named Zana. And Zana comes to you because she has discovered this realm and she believes that there is a threat to Rayclass there. And this realm is called the Atlas. So if you have seen the trailers, like the gameplay trailer for Path of Exile 2, the Atlas, that's the realm that we're talking about. So we know in some way or shape or form we're going back into the Atlas. We don't know if it's the same Atlas or it's been reshaped or what's going on. In fact, there seems to be some wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff going on. But you go into the Atlas and you discover two threats. Now, originally it was just one. It was just the Shaper. But eventually they added in both the Shaper and the Elder. The Shaper is Zana's father. He worked for the Templars and was studying thaumaturgical devices, and he was tasked by Dominus's predecessor. Was Venarius? Was the Venarius that was High Templar? Oh, I think Venarius was. I can't remember if it's Venarius is Zana's father, or if Venarius was the High Templar that tasked him with discovering the function of this device. But he eventually found his way into the Atlas, and he discovered this horrific eldritch entity that would come to be known only as the Elder. And this creature is a creature that had come to Oriath in the past and had feasted on the dreams of the citizen of Oriath, particularly the dreams of children, causing grievous harm, even slaying those that he feasted on. And so the man who would become known as the Shaper began trying to shape and work the Atlas to create a prison to seal the Elder away and prevent the Elder from ever coming back into the world of Rayclass. Check on status, check on status. So this results in basically him going to war with this entity in this strange mystical realm that seems to shape itself to your thoughts and desires around you. And so Zana seeks your help both to save her father and destroy this entity. And of course, if you are good enough at the game, you do that. Okay? You go and you defeat the Shaper and you defeat the Elder. Unfortunately, the Shaper, regardless of which version of the game you're in or which league you're in, the Shaper is eventually lost alongside the Elder, but you are able to defeat the Elder and save the day. So, great, right? Well, the first big yearly update after the full finishing of the Elder Shaper storyline comes out. It's called Conquerors of the Atlas. I apologize, my throat's getting a little scratchy. It's been a while since I've tried to talk this long on stream. So, remember that whole cyclical thing I mentioned? So Conquerors of the Atlas comes out. And just as you did in the Fall of Oriath and its subsequent expansions, you defeat Kitava, you become the Godslayer, and you are approached to aid against a great threat. But it's not by Zana. You're approached by a man named Kirik. Kirik is looking for his brother, Baron. Baron went missing after joining this mysterious woman named Zana on a mission that she claimed to be of great importance. And this mission involved him and some of his exile allies, some of his fellow exiles, following Zana into this mysterious realm called the Atlas, wherein they found two entities that seemed to pose a threat to Wraeclast, the Shaper and the Elder, and they defeated them. Does this sound familiar? But the story continues. You find Zana, and Zana tells you what happened. The 5 exiles that she led into the Atlas, Baron, Kirik's brother, Veritania, what are the names of the other conquerors? Of course, the big one, everyone knows the name of the big one. This one I'm going to go ahead and look up. I can type. Really, I can. Here it is. It's Baron Veritania. Let's see. Veritania, I believe, is she the hunter or the redeemer? No, let's see. Veritania. Baron is the warlord. Or no, Baron's the crusader. Man, it's been a while. It's been a while since I actually hunted down the Baron the Crusader, Alhazmin the Hunter, Veritania the Redeemer, and Drox the Warlord. And their leader, Cirrus, which is a name that if you've ever heard anything about Path of Exile, you've probably heard that name too. So she led this party of exiles into the Atlas, just like she led you in Fall of Oriath into the Atlas. And what do they consist of? They consist of a hunter, very similar to the ranger. They consist of a crusader, very similar to the Templar. A warrior, very similar to the duelist. And an assassin, very similar to the Shadow. And then you have Cirrus, who's kind of the odd man out. So you're basically hunting down yourself from the last game, but it gets better. As I said, Zana took this party into the Atlas to defeat the Shaper and the Elder, and they succeeded. So what happened? Why are you hunting them down? Shouldn't they be heroes? They succeeded. They saved Rayclass from this great threat. Why are you hunting them down? Well, after they successfully defeated the Shaper and the Elder, the Elder Slayers didn't stop. They didn't leave the Atlas. They kept going back, like the Atlas was calling to them. And they kept seeking out new sources of power, killing even more monsters, destroying even more worlds. Just the same way as we, when we play in the leagues and we get to the Atlas, even if we've killed the pinnacle boss, might continue to keep running maps and keep looking for new gear to level up and make our character more powerful, which of course we have to kill more monsters to do that. Until it eventually drove them all mad. And now all of them have their eyes set in one shape or another on conquest, including conquering Oriath and making Oriath a part of their new eternal empire in the Atlas. So yeah, so there's literally an expansion of Path of Exile where you are literally trying to fight your previous character from a previous league and expansion. All right, we've run into a configuration problem and need to restart the realm. Please bear with us while we address the problem. The problem we ran into was due to more database shards in the last minute to try to support the massive player numbers. Unfortunately, there was an issue which caused multiple characters to have the same character ID. Thankfully, the problem has now been found and is being fixed at this very moment. Your ongoing patience and support is hugely appreciated, and we will continue to provide database updates as we learn more. Yep. All of the crazy things that can go wrong when you have this many servers and databases and stuff like that, interacting with each other. And again, most of us expected something like this to happen. I mean, think about it. I mean, say what you want about the big publishers, okay? But the big publishers know it looks bad. They know they've got egg on their face when they launch a game into Error 37. Like, when Diablo 4 launched into its paid early access, which was, of course, the paid weekend that you got to play earlier. Actually, it was a full week, wasn't it, for Diablo 4? When they launched and players couldn't access the game and play the game in time they paid extra money for, that was bad. They had bad news from them. They weren't intentionally trying to do that. Blizzard and Activision, because they're owned by Microsoft now, but Blizzard and Activision did not want that kind of bad press. No big corporation, no matter how powerful, wants that kind of bad press. I am going to blow out my voice. I just know it. So you know that when Blizzard launched Diablo 4, they still tried to do everything in their power to make sure that the servers would be ready and stable on release day. They tried. This was not a case of like, they didn't care. They cared. All right. Whether or not they got the funding they needed was a different story, because corporate funding is its own politics bullshit thing. Okay. But the simple fact of the matter is that Activision Blizzard wanted the Diablo 4 launch to go smoothly. Okay. Warner Brothers wanted the Justice League launch to go, or the Kill the Justice League launch, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. They wanted that launch to go smoothly. No AAA publisher publishes a game, sends it out to make money for them, and wants it to go bad. All right. So the fact that no AAA studio, no publisher with all of these resources and all these, like literally in some cases, billions of dollars at their disposal, has been able to smoothly launch a live service game. And we've got this little team of less than 200 people in New Zealand trying to do this. Okay. This is not easy. This is very complicated. Let's check again. I'm also, again, because they're doing a patch, like I said, I'm still expecting a patch update to hit Steam. All right. So one of the series about what might be the pinnacle boss of Path of Exile 2, or have something to do with it. Pardon me. Is that it's implied that you could never really kill the Elder. And it's implied that what actually happened to Cirrus, and one of the reasons why everyone went mad, because Cirrus actually sacrificed himself to kill the Elder, to defeat and imprison the Elder, is that Cirrus and the Elder somehow merged into one entity. And that's why Cirrus is this mad, destructive force when you encounter him in the Atlas. So there is one of the fan series as to what might be the pinnacle boss of Path of Exile 2 is it might be Cirrus again. It's arguable that we were never going to ever actually be able to kill Cirrus because of the fact that, since, if he merged with the Elder, he might now be an eternal entity that can no longer be killed, but best you can hope for is to imprison them. And the implication is there is something imprisoned inside the central dark tower of the Atlas. But it keeps going! This is what happens when you have a game that has been regularly releasing lore and content and expansions for 10 years. There's a reason why there's so much lore to Path of Exile. And what's going to have consequence, we can only guess at. We're pretty sure the Beast, like I said, we're pretty sure the Beast has consequence. I have my own theory for who the hooded one is. I should probably I'll go into that if we've got more time before launch. I'll probably also take a little break. Yeah, before I start going into the most recent lore and the most recent threats in the Atlas, I'm going to go ahead and take another break. I hope, I thank you again, Shafi, for your compliment. I hope my storytelling is continuing to be entertaining. I'm not expecting, by the way, there will be no quiz, there will be no test. The vast majority of Path of Exile players don't know the lore of the game. They click the quest markers and then they go kill monsters. We're hoping that the storytelling will be compelling enough that people will actually slow down and pay attention this time. Or at least GGG is. I'm kind of hoping that too. I'm not going to post any links. I don't want to set that precedent, especially since one of the things that bots and scammers and stuff like that will do on Twitch and on YouTube is they'll post links, they'll try to like mirror a profile or whatever, make it look like the person is posting. So I am never going to post links in chat, but do a search on YouTube. Like if you want to really dive and see just how crazy the lore can get, do a search on YouTube for Kitten Cat Noodle. Yeah, Kitten Cat Noodle. She is the queen of all of Path of Exile's lore. We know that she's going to be trying to log into day 2 so that she can get into PoE2's lore. So if you don't want to go that in depth, I mentioned Talkative Try earlier on the stream. Talkative Try also does lore and has been releasing lore videos in the run up to Path of Exile 2. And then he has some old, like old, back when he first started, he actually started doing lore by doing lore videos and then shifted over to Path of Exile news. So, yeah, I'm not going to post links, but just to clarify, I will type those names in the chat. But yeah. So those names are in the chat. You can search those on YouTube. You can also you can definitely also, by the way, don't feel shackled to my stream. You can search Talkative Try on Twitch right now. He is streaming right now. He is giving away keys the last time I checked. So, and people seem to keep getting, he keeps seeming to get more keys to give away. Other streamers I recommend are Zizarin, Steel Mage, Mathel. Mathel always does so much amazing, crazy stuff. If you want to see some of the absolute pros of the game, I know Ben is streaming. I know that's going to be a hard one to find. Might be a hard one to find on Twitch, but if you see someone on Twitch streaming Path of Exile 2, I think it's Ben underscore is what he's going by right now. But Ben is one of the best Path of Exile 2 players, or one of the best Path of Exile players in the game. So, and I'm sure many of them will have keys to give away, like especially like the big name streamers. Ziggy D is probably streaming, and he's probably got tons of keys to give away. But yeah, if you want more in-depth lore, Kitten Cat Noodle, Talkative Try. Again, she is the queen. You want to dive in real deep, she's where you go. If you just want like a brief overview, Talkative Try is where you go. All right. I'm going to go take another quick break, and then I will be back. If we're still not up and running, I will get into the most recent endgame lore, and why that might be relevant in PoE 2. All right. We are actually approaching the time of the usual time of league launch. League launches usually between noon and 2 uh, PST is normally when they launch. We're actually getting close to that. Maybe they launched early because they expected. I guarantee they expected there were going to be problems, and we're trying to be as prepared as possible for them. Okay, just checking the news, see if we've got any more updates. All right. So, last two big major annual content drops we've got for Path of Exile and their lore. This is where things get fun. All right. So, cycle repeats itself. Hello, Ava Smith. Doing all right yourself? So the cycle repeats itself. You get exiled by Dominus. You go on to slay the beast, slay Kitava, become Godslayer. Kirak approaches you again. But this time, Kirak already knows about the Atlas and already knows that there is a threat in there that needs to be taken care of. We already we find Zana again. There's still all the stuff with both Shaper and Elder. There's still all the stuff with Cirrus and the Elder Slayers. All of that's still there and you can go find it and look at it if you want and still do it. But now you encounter a strange entity called simply the Envoy. And he tells you she is coming. Rejoice. Who is he referring to? This turns out to be an entity called the Maven. The Maven offers you an interesting opportunity. She gives you a special orb that you can use with your Atlas device to summon her and bring her to the Atlas. This horrifies Zana. This absolutely terrifies her, and she becomes even more terrified and enraged when you do it. Yeah, I can see you in chats, Ava. But yeah, she becomes terrified and enraged by just the prospect that you would find this entity that you know nothing about. You have no clue who she is, how powerful she is, what her intentions are, and yet you choose to summon her. So, why does the Maven want you to summon her? Well, the Maven is really curious about life. She doesn't understand it, and she wants to run some experiments. How does she want to run these experiments? Well, turns out the Maven is kind of an infant. She is a nascent eldritch god. And so she's going to do what infants do when they experiment. She's going to take her toys and smash them together. Only the toys are you and the bosses of the Atlas. So she has you hunt down bosses, face them, and she empowers the bosses to make them even more challenging, and of course, more rewarding. And eventually, you do this enough times, you will impress the Maven, and she will invite you to fight her so that she can see what this mortal peril in combat is all about. Cycle repeats again. You are exiled by Dominus. You kill the beast. The gods rampage. You slay Kitava. You become Godslayer. Kirak approaches you again. Only this time, Zana is nowhere to be found. Zana has apparently had it with exiles. She's done with us. She thinks we are all crazy, murderous, rampaging. And I mean, you look at how we play the game, she's right. You still encounter the envoy, only now trouble is brewing. When we defeated the Elder, so many expansions back, it sent a message of silence throughout the cosmos. Where there was once this powerful, ancient, and eternal being, rampaging and crying out in its hunger, now there is only darkness and silence and void. And eyes of entities beyond our comprehension have turned their gaze towards Rayclast. The Maven is only one of them. And if anything, she is the best one to have in our good grace, to be in the good graces of, because she's curious about us. She wants to understand us. She wants to know about life and understand it. She doesn't want to destroy it. The destruction of life is just something that happens in the course of her experimentation. But the other entities, those are a different story. So you end up having to fight these envoys of these other entities, the Ceaseless Hunger and the Eater of Worlds. I can't remember which. I think that's called like the Whispering Void or something like that is the entity that they represent. And then can't remember the name of the first envoy, but the big one is the Searing Exarch. And they represent this entity of burning fire and light. So, very important, unlike with the Maven, where we do actually fight her, we never fight the entities that these envoys represent. These are just the envoys. These are just like their lieutenants that are being sent to explore and find out what's going on here and whether or not there's any opportunity to be had in the Atlas. So all of those threads, that was the most recent content update. All of those threads are still lingering. What the Maven is doing, we don't know. What are these other entities, and are there more past these two that we've drawn the attention to Rayclast? We don't know. So this mysterious tower in the Atlas, it could be some shrine to an eldritch being we've never even heard of. But I think most of us are expecting it to be something attached, because there's been a bunch of, like many fantasies, there's proper nouns everywhere. So there's a bunch of proper nouns that are out floating in Path of Exile's lore for threats that we have not faced yet. Okay, that's still 5 minutes ago. Hopefully they'll have things up by 3:30 my time. 1:30 Pacific time, 4:30 Eastern. I wonder, do they have the nope, they still don't have the website up. Okay. So can't check directly, just have to keep checking on Twitter. All right. I think that's all the storytelling. Oh, I guess I can go into the hooded one and my theory there. Okay. So, again, there's a lot of lore in the original Path of Exile. As I said when I was talking about the main campaign of Path of Exile, you defeat Kitava with the aid of a Spark of Corruption and a Light of Divinity. These are wielded by two brother gods. These are the only gods you do not destroy. In fact, when you first encounter these gods, Sin, the god I mentioned who has allied himself with humanity or has claimed to ally himself with humanity, Sin tells his brother, Innocence, you and you alone I shall save. This is one of the reasons why I think a lot of people treat Sin as an actual reliable source of information. Because when you find out the story of Sin and Innocence, Sin has every reason to hate his brother. Like, especially when you hear the true story, because you get told one version of the story by the Templars. And then you find out later the actual story of what happened between Sin and Innocence when you explore the Sanctum, that roguelite dungeon that I mentioned earlier. So you had two brothers back in time before history, before the Eternals, before the Vol, before the Templars, back in the ancient past before even the vast majority of gods rose to being. Two brothers living among what would come to be known as the Asmiri. Pardon me a moment. Got an itch in my eye. Don't get allergies, kids. It's a trap. Definitely don't get migraines. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking when I accepted migraines. Like, so these two brothers. Now, the Templar tell a story of one brother who was good and righteous and noble. The other brother, wrathful, deceitful, corrupt. Very kind of Cain and Abel-ish story. But the truth of the matter is that the brother who would become known as Innocence saw the gods that were rising and longed for their divinity. He wanted to become a god. And so he starts scheming. He starts putting together a group of followers, trying to use their belief in him to ascend to divinity, because that seems to be how gods are created. A mortal will do something incredible, or will just somehow attract a following. And as the legend and stories of that mortal grow, and enough people start believing in them and start believing them capable of doing these incredible feats, the William Wallace, and if he were here, he could sear the English with lightning from his eyes and fire out of his arse, that kind of thing. I apologize for my horrible Scottish accent. Not much worse than Mel Gibson's, though. Another check. I'm going to probably do this roughly every 5 minutes or so. So every time I see the clock, go look at the clock and see 5 minutes has passed, I will check to see if the servers are up. So Innocence sees this, and so he tries to do it, but he can't. He can't seem to get over the hump. He can't seem to attract enough of a following, enough belief in him, do enough deeds that he will be recognized by enough people and empowered by their belief in him to become a god. Then some foreigners, some outsiders show up in the Izmiri. Now, some people think these are the Vol, but this is supposed to be before the Vol. So this has to be before the Cataclysm. So it can't be the Vol. My theory is this might be part of the civilization that would eventually become called what I believe their name in the lore is the Lightless. The civilization that would eventually fall into the dark that appears to have existed even before the Vol did. That we don't know a lot about them. Like, just as the Vol have certain mysteries around them we still haven't solved, and we'll probably see more of in this game. Actually, we know we will. We don't know a lot about the Lightless. But I wonder if they might be the Lightless. But these outsiders show up. And they are fearful. They are refugees from an entity called the Cleansing Flame. And this is the same entity who is represented by the envoy, the Searing Exarch. The Cleansing Flame has destroyed their civilization, and they are terrified that it will find them and cleanse them too. So Innocence goes to these people, and he starts spreading his word to them. He starts taking on the iconography of the Searing Exarch and the Cleansing Flame. And he starts using this to instill fear into this people. And he preaches to them that the reason the Cleansing Flame scoured their civilization is because they were impure. But if they purify themselves, if they cleanse themselves, then the Cleansing Flame will be on their side and will protect them. All they have to do is demonstrate their faith and purify the world and seek out all corruption and impurity and destroy it and erase it with fire, and they will be saved. And to prove his point, the first person Innocence purifies is his brother. Somehow, this act, both the belief in Innocence as this purifying force of flame, and the belief in Innocence's brother Sin as this embodiment of all of the evil and corruption in humanity, ascended them both to godhood. Sin never wanted to be a god. Sin definitely didn't want to become a god by having his own brother burn him at the stake. And this is, I think, one of the reasons why people trust Sin. Because it's not Sin who tells us this, by the way. This is secret Templar lore. And that is the corruption at the root of the Templars from the get-go, and the demonstration that the Templars have always been using Innocence and the faith as a source of power, or at the very least the Templar leadership already has. They've always known that their belief is a lie. They've always known it's fake. Every High Templar knows the truth about Innocence. And yet, they still happily exploit it so that they can maintain power and position. And yet, despite it all, when we get to Act 5 in Path of Exile, and we defeat the High Templar, the new High Templar who has replaced Dominus, and we kill him, and Sin emerges from his body, Innocence emerges from his body, and we destroy and defeat Innocence, while Innocence is lying there about to receive the death blow, Sin still saves him. And once we go on our rampage and we destroy all the gods, Sin still spares Innocence and makes sure that Innocence is still free even after the new beast is created. So here's my theory. At the end of Fall of Oriath, after you fight Kitava, you go and talk to Sin and Innocence, and they're having a conversation. Sin will remain with the people of Oriath. He will remain their god and protector and oversee the formation and growth of this new beast. While our backend engineers and server administrators are hard at work fixing the problem, we just wanted to put a message out there to thank them so much for everything they're doing. They have been tasked with a nearly impossible feat and have been up all night now into the morning. Their resilience and commitment to ensuring the realm is stable and provides the best experience for player is nothing short of admirable. We couldn't ask for a better team. Thank you very much, and please keep sending them your support. All right. Let's give things a go, people. I'm seeing more people logging in again. Did I click the wrong? No, this is saying this is the Path of Exile too. So we got, okay, so we've got the Grinding Your Games logo. They've added that. All right. Early access launches soon. What you need to know? We give our energy. Give our energy to the servers, to the dev team, to all of the back-end devs hard at work. Lend them your power. Okay. I didn't think that was actually the sign that things were back up and running, but wanted to check anyway. All right. We will keep our eyes peeled as they continue to work hard. Go on my own official Twitter and oh no! Literally just posted 51 seconds ago. We've run into the same symptom again with a different problem. We are working to fix it again, but regrettably every time this happens we have to restart and wipe the database to prevent them from getting into bad or corrupted states. We'll have a fix out as soon as we can. Thank you once again, and more updates will follow as we learn more. Like I said, this is a small team, guys. They were optimistically thinking like they were going in their wildest dreams. They thought they'd never break 1 million players. In their wildest dreams. Again, no Path of Exile launch has ever broken 200,000, I'm pretty sure. I don't think a single launch has ever broken 200,000. They never expected the outpouring we've given them. They never expected it. So, is frustrating, is not ideal, is not optimal. But unfortunately, there's no way around this. It's more people than they thought that they were going to get. It's just way, way more. I mean, it's quite possible with all of the keys I saw being given away, it's quite possible at this point we've redeemed at 2 million keys. That is an order of magnitude more. That is an order of magnitude more people trying to play this game today than the highest number of people has ever tried to play Path of Exile. They are suffering from success, and we should still sell. I'm unless like there's only one thing that's going to have me go back on my word on this, and that is if I get into the game and it feels like the game is a sellout. That is the only thing that will have me going back, going, oh, this is not the same company I've supported for the last 10 years. But there is nothing to, in any case, there is nothing but signs that they are still the same company. The fact they were still listening to feedback and changing the early access all the way up to release. The fact that they're still hearing our feedback, they're still having open communication with us. The fact that Jonathan Rogers showed up on a stream last night and told us what was going to happen. You know, said that they're going to try to do everything, but that they had gotten more, they had attracted more attention and more customers than they had prepared for. And just shot straight. And I don't understand why big publishers can't do that. I just don't get it. I mean, it's such easy. Being honest with your customer base is such an easy way just to inspire confidence. Honesty is such a useful, like, even if you don't believe in honesty as an ethos, it is such a useful tool from a business perspective. So I don't understand why more publishers just won't be honest, just won't own up to what's going on. But of case, I mean, just look at the way they're practicing now. It's like, it's hard to be honest if there's no honest people working for you. One does not simply log in on December 6th. But this is another reason why I'm not trying to just repeatedly log in. It does, the servers are down. The servers are down. There's no reason to hit the button. I know that there are probably people hitting the button, but I'm not going to be one of those people. I'm not going to add extra load until they say the servers are ready to take the load. Like, I am so I cannot describe how it felt when I loaded up the launcher a couple of hours ago and the sound effects and music started and the login screen appeared. Like, I have tried so hard to not let myself get overhyped for things. I try really hard. I've been burnt so many times. Okay? Even Diablo 3. I will continue to insist that Diablo 3 on launch beyond Error 37. Okay. Diablo 3 was a good game. The problem was Diablo 2 was a phenomenal game. So you go from a phenomenal game that literally defined a generation of gaming to, oh yeah, this is fun. And it was. I had fun playing Diablo 3. I played Diablo 3 all the way through to Infernal. I didn't beat Inferno because that's when it stopped being fun. But up until that point, I had fun. And then I played it again, and I played it with friends, and we played party mode. Like we played co-op because it had couch co-op when it came out for consoles. So of course I played couch co-op with my friends. You know, I thought Diablo 3 is fun. I still think Diablo 3 is fun. I don't play it anymore because I feel like I've done everything I can do in it. And there's other more fun games to play. Yeah, I did not have the same. I'm not going to go into D4 bad. We're not going to do D4 bad. Business model around D4 bad. You can definitely say that, current Blizzard practices, current Blizzard business models are bad. But D4 wasn't bad. D4 was disappointing. Because when you play D4, at least for me, I can see the skeleton beneath the too tight skin. Like, I can see the bones, I can see the structure, I can see the foundation. And that is a good game. There is a good game lying beneath the surface of that too tight skin. It just needed some flesh and sinew and blood and a real heart put into it. But it didn't get those things. So when I play D4, I don't feel like I'm playing a bad game. I feel like I am playing something that could have been great, could have been the next great action RPG if it had just been given some heart. But unfortunately, the way Blizzard is currently operating, and no, all signs point to the fact that Microsoft has not done anything to fix this. If anything, they've made it worse. There's not enough people with enough heart and passion in that studio anymore to create those kinds of games anymore. They've all been poached. They've all either quit to go do their own things as either solo or small AA teams. Like the team that's working on what's it called? Like Against the Storm or something? The StarCraft devs that went to create their own RTS. I think it's called Against the Storm or something like that. But yeah, the team like that. They've either done that or they've been poached by developers that are willing to actually pay them and treat them better. There's been a massive amount of brain drain, unfortunately, at Blizzard for a longest time. But yeah, and I got on a depressing tangent. But yeah, I've been burned before, so I tried not to be hyped, and I definitely, as hyped as I am to play the game, as much as a chill ran up my spine when I loaded up the game and I got that login screen. I am. Why am I so small? I just realized I've been playing so small, and again, I'm not going to try. If I switch to my webcam, I know it'll break. I don't know why OBS breaks when I do that, but it'll break. I think it has to do with the. I've installed some filters for my webcam so that I can control how and what is being recorded when. And I think that might be what's causing it to break. But we're going to go ahead. We will go close to full screen with this. What am I doing? I can just do this. Where is transform? I know transform's here somewhere. There it is. There we go. And then we can change it back later. yeah. But I knew. I think anyone with any kind of realistic idea. I mean, I hoped. That doesn't mean I didn't hope. But I think anyone with any realistic knowledge or idea of what was going to happen today knew that this was not going to be a smooth launch, unfortunately. As soon as we got the numbers in, as soon as we saw just how successful this was being, people started going, man, I don't think GGG's ready. They weren't. I don't think they were expecting this. And again, as Jonathan admitted, they weren't. They didn't think in their wildest dreams they were going to make $1 million. They did not think in their wildest dreams that 1 million people were going to try to play this game today. And it's more than that. It is, I guarantee it. Now, it might not be 1 million now. I've already seen some of the people on my friends list are started playing other games. So they're tuning into other games. They'll come back later. But I'm streaming. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stream. I'll come up with stuff to BS about. Might like contact someone, maybe do check out co-streams. But although I will say, like, if you don't have a key yet, like if you don't have a key and you don't want to spend the 30 or you don't have the money, I wish I could give away keys. This is a hobby. I'm not trying to do this for a job. I probably never will try to do this for a job. I'm old. I'm old, Mel. I just don't have the stamina anymore. Like, seriously, I can't FPS anymore. I can play 7 Days to Die. I can play Bethesda titles. I can play most crafting games. Though Satisfactory, if I go full tilt in Satisfactory, I notice I start to have trouble. And my head will start to blow up. I have a great deal of difficulty with Souls games. I remember I have not legit gotten much past Godric in Elden Ring. I remember Pumpkinhead, the Pumpkinhead before Sellen, and when I fought Godric. Because it's Godric the Grafted, right? Godfrey is the Elden Lord. Godwyn the Golden is the golden child who unfortunately was slain during the night of Black Knives. See, proper nouns, people. Fantasy universes, speculative fiction, and proper nouns. But yeah, so I remember when I beat Godric, I felt so good and so triumphant. And the second I was done celebrating my success, my head exploded. I am a little worried about that. That's actually, as I posted in my videos in my channel introduction on YouTube. I am legitimately worried I'm going to get filtered. Like, I love this series. I'm hoping I can overlevel. I am hoping that if I run into the kind of like walls of like stress and focus walls that I run into when I play Souls games, I am hoping that I will have tools available or there will be enough available. And they've talked about this in the live streams and in interviews. They've talked about how one of the plans that they have to help onboard new players is that there's all of these little secrets and hidden bosses and stuff like that all around the map that you can go find, and you can get new power-ups and new rewards and better gear, and just like you can in Elden Ring, although probably to a much higher level of potence. Because the way Elden Ring works, you need to find things that will support your build, but with Path of Exile, we know, for example, you can find things that just give you generic buffs that every character can benefit from, and they're permanent. They're not attached to like equipment or anything like that, so you don't have to worry about like in in order to, really reach this next level of power, I have to decide between these two charms or these two trinkets, you know. That still exists, but it exists just on your gear. There are other similar to like Shadow of the Erd Tree and the way they did like the some of the power you can find in that. What do they call those? The ashes, where you can power up your summons and you can power up. You just give yourself a generic stat boost. Forget what those are called, but yeah, they're trying to do something like that, and I'm hoping that will prevent me from getting filtered because I am legit worried I am going to get filtered. Like I can't zoom, I can't race. I have tried both racing and zooming in Path of Exile. Within about 20 minutes of trying to race or zoom, I have to stop because my head just can't take it. It just blows up. There's too much going on the screen. And the stimulus, the flashing lights and the overflowing stimulus stop me from playing. Um, so like I said, I'm really hoping I don't get filtered. We'll see. That's another reason I've been trying to keep my hype tamped down. Not only the many, many years of betrayal, Cyberpunk, Mech Warrior. Those are the most recent ones. Hellgate London. That was my previous, before Diablo 4, Hellgate London was my most disappointing game of all time. Because Hellgate London had the bone. For those of you who have never played Hellgate London, Hellgate London was Borderlands before Borderlands. Same gameplay, same systems. It was the first looter shooter as far as I can tell. And so just like how Borderlands was great, Hellgate London was great. When that was what you were doing, when you were firing on all cylinders, if they had just invested more into actually creating content for the looter shooting, for, the core gameplay mechanic of the game, if they just done that, instead of all of these tacked on mini games and MMO elements and these silly, stupid fetch quests, once again, we're back to, collect 20 wolf claws and 5 spleens and 3 hearts, If they had focused on actually creating content for the core gameplay, Hellgate London would have been phenomenal. And we would be talking about the sequels to that instead of the sequels to Borderlands. But they dropped the ball. Gearbox Studios picked it up and ran with it. And now we have Borderlands. And now Borderlands is becoming disappointing. I do not have high hopes for Borderlands 4. Like even if I wasn't trying to tamp down my hype for sequels, like I don't even have a lot of hype for Grand Theft Auto 6. Like I don't. Like I will not trust any major studio. Like any major studio or publisher. I don't trust Take-Two or Rockstar anymore. Okay, I saw what happened. Red Dead Redemption 2 is fantastic. Red Dead Redemption Online, like to me it feels very much like they don't care. I'm worried. All right, I'm not going to make any accusations. I'm going to rephrase. I apologize. I'm going to rephrase, and I don't want to be anti-hype. I am worried that the lessons that Rockstar and Take-Two have learned from GTA 5 is that GTA doesn't matter. GTA Online does. That is what I am worried is going to happen. I am worried that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be a content pipeline to try to get players into GTA 6 Online, where they are spending a lot of money and have literal real-world casinos that you can literally go in and gamble at, versus actually making sure that GTA 6 lives up to the campaign of Red Dead Redemption 2, of GTA 5, of GTA 4, of San Andreas. That is my worry. That is what I'm worried is going to happen. So, but we will see. That's all. Just it sucks because being hyped is fun. I don't want to tell people to not get hyped. I don't want to be anti-hype because being hyped is fun. Being excited about something is fun. But I'm in my 40s. I'm almost over the hill. I'm going to hit the 45 mark next year. And I've been burned a lot of times by a lot of games that look so good. If you've never seen, like, look up Aliens Colonial Marines. I'm a huge Aliens fan. Look up Aliens Colonial Marines and what happened around that. If you want to see some just how bad the hype letdown can be. Still no updates. I have played 102 minutes in PoE 2, but still can't bypass the login screen. Very hard game. How many times I've pressed this login button and how much I love them. Guys, until they give the go ahead, there's no point in trying to log in. Just relax, take it easy. Have some campfire chats. Talk about lore. We should talk more about lore. I haven't talked about I went through the whole lore of Sin and Innocence, and I haven't talked about my theory on who the hooded one is. I'm curious if they've at least got the website up. Temporarily unavailable. Nope. Nope. The website's not even still up yet. Hey, the good news is that might mean that people can't buy keys anymore. Ah. All right. I'm going to take another break. And then I will be back and I will talk about my theory on who the hooded one is. Do 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 do. All right. Let's fan theorize. Let's talk fan theories. So, when last we left Rayclast, because we did leave Rayclast and go into the Atlas, we had helped Sin create a new beast to imprison the gods. However, Sin intentionally spared his brother Innocence from this imprisonment. So now we've got two gods still loose in the world, Sin and Innocence. Probably other gods, because we only destroyed the gods we encountered on our path to defeating Kitava. And even then, some of those are optional encounters. You do them, of course, because you get a skill point when you beat them. So, but they are technically optional encounters. You technically don't have to kill those gods on the way to defeating Kitava. And since the game is part of a cyclical story, there are versions of this story where we don't, and those gods are still on the loose. I think the only gods you have to kill are the major ones, the major pantheon gods. Soagoth, the god of the sea, or the drowned god of sea, I think is his other name. Arakali, the ancient Vol god of lust. Solaris and Lunaris, who were the god of the sun and goddesses of the sun and moon, the twin goddesses. And let's see, Act 6, Act 7, Act 8. Yeah, there's no god I think you have to kill in Act 9. I don't think you have to kill any of the gods in Act 9. No. Do you have to kill Garukhan? Do you have to kill Garukhan? I don't think you actually have to kill Garukhan. So there's no gods you have to kill in Act 9, and then in Act 10 you kill Kitava. So in theory, there's a bunch of gods in some of these timeline circles that are still running around. But again, those are just the gods. We don't do anything with the gods of the Ezamites until we get to the Atlas. The first ones, as they are called. The first wolf, the first crab, the first spider. We don't do anything with those. Actually no, I think the only spider is Alakali. I think it's wolf. There's a wolf, there's an eagle, there's a crab, and there's a tiger, I think. But anyway, but we don't do anything with. So those gods are probably still be on the loose. The first ones could still be out there. The first ones are watching Exile. So we've got other gods. There's all of these other potential threats that we have to deal with. But the big ones we know for a fact are still around are Sin and Innocence. Now, Sin said he was going to stay with the people of Oriath. Okay? That's what he said. Innocence said he was going to depart and travel south. He said he needed time to reflect. So now we have this entity who is a mortal-looking god, much like Sin and Innocence are, who is known as the Hooded One, and that is who the Count of Ogham steals the Seed of Corruption from. So what do we know about the Hooded One? We know that the Hooded One has this Seed of Corruption. And it is very strongly suspected, and I think has been at least soft revealed, that this seed of corruption is the new beast. So the Hooded One has taken control or ownership of the new beast somehow. The Hooded One is also a god, cloaked in shadow, with piercing blue eyes that are visible beneath his hood. Sin is a god of shadow, and Sin has piercing blue eyes. And Sin created the new beast. He created both the old beast and the new one. So it only makes sense that the Hooded One would be Sin. However, there are some problems with this theory. There are some problems with this idea. The first one, and potentially the weakest one, is that Sin, in all of his guises that we've seen, has been relatively brazen. Sin just appears before us in this dark, shadowy, angelic form. He does not try to hide from us or anything like that. Now, he does hide himself from the people of the game, the people of the towns. We are the only one who can see him normally. There are exceptions to this. Tasuni, for example, can feel Sin's presence. I think Yina can as well. I think Yina also is aware of Sin. I can't remember. But there are some people who are aware that Sin is with us. But he can either be brazen and appear to people, or he seems to be able to just hide completely. So if Sin has the seed of corruption, he should easily just be able to hide away with it without any difficulties, unless someone tracks him down using a person who is able of detecting these divine entities. And we don't see that in the opening cinematic of Path of Exile 2. But even if he did appear, he wouldn't be hooded. He doesn't hide his appearance from those that he presents himself to. Unlike the Hooded One, who seems to be hiding his appearance. Checking for the next update. So we have another god who has an appearance similar to Sin, but is almost certainly not Sin. Oh yeah, and then there was the second reason. The second reason why it's probably not Sin. We have heard both speak. We have heard Sin's voice. We've heard the Hooded One's voice. They are not the same voice. So, the next obvious one is Innocence. We know Innocence is left. We know Innocence doesn't trust mankind, and the Hooded One doesn't trust mankind. I also find it very reasonable to believe that Innocence wouldn't trust Sin. Okay, after all, Innocence has grievously wronged Sin. Sin has spared Innocence, but I can easily see Innocence with the kind of modus operandi, the kind of thoughts that Innocence would have from what we know of him as a character, would be suspicious of Sin, thinking that Sin has an ulterior motive, that Sin intends to use Innocence or has some greater revenge or justice planned against him, which is probably also one of the reasons why Innocence doesn't want to be anywhere near Sin and decides to depart Oriath at the end of the game. But Innocence is a golden god of light and fire. The Hooded One is a god of shadow and darkness. Innocence is also very brazen with his appearance. His iconography is everywhere in Oriath, and he happily stands as a golden god before you and the people of Oriath. So, how could Innocence be the hooded one? Well, let's take a look at the two brothers again and their story. Innocence created himself through the power of his followers as this god of purity and light. By the same token, he also created Sin as a god from his brother as a god of corruption and darkness. These are traits that were forced on to Sin. Again, Sin didn't want to become a god. That was all Innocence is doing. So we know that we have these forces in Path of Exile universe, these divine forces that seem to create gods, and these corrupt forces that seem to create other things. And we know that corruption can seek into and taint things. And we know that corruption can taint a god. So if we've got Innocence, who is this god of fiery divinity, and he's this golden glowing entity, and then we have Sin, who is a god of corruption, and he's dark and shadowy with these cold glowing eyes, then would another god who was a god of corruption also have these cold glowing eyes? Would he also become a shadowy figure? And if a god were to be corrupted and were to look like that, and if they previously were a golden god who stood brazenly before his people, might that god want to hide his appearance? I think that Innocence, at the end of Path of Exile, didn't trust Sin's plan. I think he didn't trust that the new beast would not be used to bind him again. I think he didn't trust that once the beast was reborn, that humanity wouldn't then continue to leech off of the beast's power, continue to use it for thaumaturgy and virtue gems and things like that, and become another threat to itself and another threat to the gods as well. I think that Innocence told Sin that he was leaving and then secretly absconded with the new nascent beast and turned it into the seed of corruption. But in doing so, he had to directly interact and shape corrupt forces. And I think Innocence became tainted. So now, where before Innocence was this golden god, I think now he is much closer to a mortal man that is tainted and wreathed in shadow. And so he hides himself beneath this hood. And although I have not checked any IMDb's, and I've not done any side-by-side comparisons, the way that the hooded one talks, his deep resonant voice, and the way Innocence speaks are much more alike to each other than Sin is to the hooded one. Like, far more. All right. We will do another check. It is almost 4:10. We are aware of an issue with players and parties sometimes being placed into parties with other random pets. Oh! Let's try again. Let us try again. Maybe some of the things are working and some of them are not. Here we go. Because there are people playing. There are people playing the game apparently. And apparently they're getting weird weird connection skips or weird party skips. Contacting server. And again, it also could be that they're having rolling waves of disconnects too, or connection issues. Nope. Unable to connect to login server. You know what? Hold on a minute. Let's try something else. Let's try a little bit extra stuff. If people are starting to get in, let's try making sure everything but now we might start spamming that F5 key. All right. Take a look at okay, not seeing any updates. Let me real quick check and make sure everything is okay with installed files. Make sure none of the updates or anything like that broke anything, because that does happen. But hey, people are starting to get in the game. This is good. This is good news. I may not be in the game yet, but I'm still going to be happy that people are playing. That's actually something I'm good for. That's like my superpower. I'm good at being hyped for other people. All right. So while that is doing that, I'm tempted to go on a tangent. I am tempted to tangent. So I have, for the most part, so I have 2 channels. If you haven't come to me from one of my social media posts, if you've stumbled across my channel, then I have 2 channels. I have an old hobby channel that I only use for like some light vlogging. That is called Divine Erdrick. And then I created Exile Erdrick, big surprise, specifically for this vlog project in Path of Exile 2. All right. So this is my new little project that we're going to see how it goes. And honestly, again, the only reason I'm trying to get eyes on this project is the more eyes that are on it, the more chance it has of being useful. That doesn't mean I'm still not going to post like updates and stuff like that in the forum. Like anytime I run into a bug or anything like that, I'm going to diligently report everything I find, report all of my findings directly to GGG, but I will also have a video record of how I am interacting and facing the game that hopefully will be informative and useful in the development of Path of Exile 2 outside of early access. So I've been trying, since this channel is entirely for, or was intended to be entirely for, Path of Exile, I've been trying to keep the other interests like off in the corner. But like, for example, one of the things I was doing is I've been streaming the Grotmas detachment gifts for Warhammer 40k. We have our Grotmas Advent calendar that Games Workshop has given us. And every day until Christmas, we will be getting a detachment for an existing faction in Warhammer 40k. And that detachment is a fully new legal match competitive play attachment that is not we just now get for free. It's ours. It's free to play. It's free to play, free to download rules that we just get. And I've been going through them and seeing how they've been. And I've been thinking about like ranking them or, creating like kind of like a tier list for them or something. Because of course, if you're a YouTuber slash Twitch streamer, you create content on the internet, you create tier lists. There's even websites and tools you can use to do that now. So that is something I am tempted to do while we're waiting. But of course, like more appropriate. What would be more appropriate would be to do a Path of Exile tier list. So the only problem is, let me see if anyone's made any. Path Exile 2. Let's see, Ascendancy. See if I can find anything. All right. Reddit delivers. Reddit delivers. Okay. Let me zoom in a bit here. All right. Let's make some cheap content here. This is all for fun. I'm not above making some cheap content. I am definitely not above that. All right. So let's name our tiers. Okay. We're going to call this one World First Pinnacle. So one of these ascendancies that I'm going to put here is going to be one of the world first ones to down the Pinnacle boss. Okay. We're going to call this one Endgame Viable. All right. No, that should be our B tier. No, we're gonna make B tier. No, we'll call this one. We'll call this one Hardcore Viable. We'll call this one Endgame Viable. Endgame. We're into Endgame. This is going to be second playthrough. And then this one, let's fix Leech again. That'll be my shorthand for this is going back to the drawing board. I have completely borked this somehow. This is doing weird. It's being weird. Oh well. All right. For those that don't know the in-joke, there have been... Grinding your games is never happy with how Leech works. They're just never happy with it. All right. So, first, we have the Acolyte of Chayula. The Acolyte is a very interesting class. It has a lot of mechanics that we really need to get them in the wild and see how they work. It just has a lot. We've got this whole Into the Breach things. It's got all of these questions about it. It's got this whole darkness mechanic that's got all of these questions around it. We just really need to see how the Acolyte is going to play out. And to me, that sounds like the embodiment of a second playthrough class. Okay. This sounds like something that you maybe don't want to be the first person to dip your toes in, unless you really like this kind of dark Jedi fantasy in Path of Exile. This sounds like one that you want to let other people take a look at and report back to before trying it yourself. All right. Blood Mage. The Blood Mage is getting a lot of abilities that allow you to stack life. The Blood Mage is getting a lot of abilities that allow you to use your life for a source of power. And the Blood Mage does have some decent defensive tools as well. So now, all of this comes with a drawback that you have to take Sanguimancy. You cannot bypass that on the tree. It is literally the first node you take. Well, I should say the first big node. But here's the thing. If you've ever played Path of Exile, you know that blood magic is not a drawback. There are so many builds to just throw blood magic on things because it is such a turning your life into a resource is such a useful thing to do. And Life Leech so easily takes out the drawbacks of any kind of blood magic. So between the amount of power I think that the class has and the potential tankiness of it, and the fact that blood magic just is almost pure upside. It really almost is. I think we've got a hardcore viable ascendancy there. I think that the blood mage is going to be a character class that I don't know if it's going to be popular. I think the art for it is fantastic. So I hope that people will see the art and the theming of it and go, oh yeah, I do want to try this. But I don't know, even though it's not going to be popular, I really do think that it is going to do well in the hands of any skilled player. I think anyone who starts to learn the systems in this game will be able to take the Blood Mage and just succeed with it. All right. Chronomancer. I think this is going to be a bit of a hot take. I think a lot of people are thinking the Chronomancer should be here. I'm going to put the Chronomancer here. The Chronomancer has some incredible tools to them. Like, they have some incredible tools, and they have some really good defensive tools, which is the big thing you need if you're going to be hardcore viable. But there is also a lot of tools in the Chronomancer's arsenal that are going to be massive skill checks. So I don't think anyone's going to be able to take the Chronomancer and be successful with it. Okay? I think that is going to be one that you are going to have to learn to play. But I do think that some of those tools are easy enough to use and strong enough that it is not going to be a second playthrough class. I think if you want to start Chronomancer, you totally can do it. By the way, I put hardcore viable here. I don't think it's a good idea to start hardcore. I don't think that that's a good idea. I think you will probably have the most fun if you take your time in softcore and enjoy the game. But yeah, I do think the Chronomancer is going to be one of the stronger classes, but I think it's going to be a bit before we truly, before players truly learn how to make this class sing. All right, Deadeye. Bam. I don't think this is a controversial statement. I think this is very. I think that Deadeye is better than I think a lot of players are giving him credit for. I think it's going to have a lot of power and it's going to have a lot of speed, and it's going to have surprisingly good defenses too. But I think that a lot of players are looking at it and going, I've seen it. I've played Deadeye and Path of Exile 1. I know this class. And so they're just not interested in it. But I do think it is still going to be a very good, very playable class. I don't think it's quite up at hardcore viable. I don't think its defenses are good enough. But I think the kind of clear speed you'll probably be able to get from it will make up for that. Gemling Legionnaire. Right there. This class is crazy. Now, I'm going to be honest. I don't think we're going to see people doing anything with this that is really crazy, that is really going to take advantage of it until a couple of weeks into the game. Maybe even a month. Like, it might not be until second months of the game that we really start seeing how good this class is. I just realized, damn it, I'm on the wrong. Ooh, I need to shrink me too. Time to shrink me. No. All right. So yeah. I don't know if I'm ever going to get good at this, but again, this is a hobby. Although, to be fair, my painting's a hobby too, and I really care a lot about how good I get at painting. I just know I don't want to do competition painting because, again, migraines. It takes what's a relaxing hobby and turns it into stress. But yeah, so I think that it might take a bit, but I think once players really get to understanding of the systems, I think Gemling Legionnaire is going to destroy everything. I think this class is all caps broken. And I love that it exists. I love that Grinding Gear Games is taking a risk on it. I do hope it survives into 1.0 in something resembling the form it's currently in, because it is so cool. It's such a cool concept and such a cool class. But I am worried that they're going to have to do some serious nukes to it in order to make it balanced with the other ascendancies. Of course, they could just decide to bring all the rest of the ascendancies up. Ooh boy, here's a tough one. I know how I feel about this, but I'm trying to think about how a more mechanically experienced sound player is going to react. So I'm going to be better than I think, but probably more conservative than other players think. And I am putting the Infernalist in endgame viable. I would definitely not want to try to play Infernalist in hardcore. Not until I see what kind of gear we can get. Not until I see what we can do as builds. Yeah, I wanna see what we can do first. I wanna see what we can do with our builds before I really am like, oh yeah, no, the Infernalist is broken. It's going to depend on how good you can get for recovery. It's going to depend on how good you can get for fire resistance. If we can stack fire resistance like crazy between the witch's passive skill tree and gear, yeah, it goes right up here. It becomes broken. But if we can't, so I'm going to just say, since we don't know, but it looks like it's got potential to be either broken here or broken here, I'm going to just put it in the middle ground for now. This is like my gut says put it down here. My gut says that this is your second playthrough class. Let somebody else take the bullet first. Okay, let somebody else through the breach. Let somebody else off the boat, off the assault ramp. But there is enough power and tankiness built into this ascendancy that I think it's safe to say it is endgame viable. I do think it is safe to say that. All right. The Invoker. I'm just going to put right up here. There is cool stuff going on with this class. It is definitely more than I thought it was going to be. But it is still, I feel at its core, just a specialized into more mechanics. So it is going to be much more about what you can do with these mechanics than it is about the class itself. If the mechanics are good, it's good. If the mechanics aren't good, it's not good. But at the very minimum, if you want to do more elemental damage in melee, you can do that. If you want to have more cast on gems, you can do that. If you want to have more minions, you can do that. And I am almost running out of voice. Eventually, this is just going to become a silent stream while I rest my voice. I'm going to finish this tier list and then I'm going to try again. And if I fail to log in again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another tier list. I'll see if there's a tier list already made for League content. Okay, Pathfinder. Hot take time. Y'all are sleeping on it. I think this could be crazy. I think a lot of people are looking at the concoctions and are forgetting that we can 6-link them. I think you're going to be able to support a lot of different playstyles with this. And I think that the fact you can get so much speed and additional skill points with it, and I think Poison's probably going to be just as good in Path of Exile 2 as it has been in its peak in Path of Exile 1. So yeah, so I think a lot of people are sleeping on Pathfinder. Again, part of the problem is we played it. There's a Pathfinder in PoE 1, but this isn't that Pathfinder. This so isn't that Pathfinder. Like, I think you're going to be able to do some really cool things with this. All right. Stormweaver. Bam. Same thing with the Invoker. If anything, I think the Invoker is better off here than the Stormweaver is. The Stormweaver clearly has some very real power to her. But again, we are doing more elemental damage. We have some tankiness, we have some more damage, but what's going to determine whether or not this is any good is basically how good basic sorceress elemental abilities are. If the sorceress elemental abilities are really strong, then Stormweaver will be strong. If the sorceress is weak, Stormweaver will be weak. All right, Titan. Again, not going to surprise anyone here. That one node. There is literally one node. Now, you have to kind of throw away a node to get to it, because the rucksack doesn't really increase your power. It just increases convenience. But man, the node behind it. Yeah, I will pay 4 ascendancy points for that node any day of the week. The only question is, what am I going to do with the other 4? That node, I think, is capital letters, all caps, busted. And it's going to get nerfed. And I am going to play Titan as my first class because I want to try playing around with that node before it gets nerfed. Come on. All right, Warbringer. This has a lot of defensive power. The Warbringer has so much defensive power. The other great thing about the Warbringer is it looks like it's going to be our starting support character. Like this, as soon as I'm done playing through all of the classes once solo, I am almost certainly going to run a Warbringer and I'm going to make a Singer. And I'm just going to become the support barb of my dreams. But it's got a ton of defenses and a ton of damage. And of course, defenses are what you need for hardcore to trivialize content, trivialize threats. So I think Warbringer is fantastic, which, in case you're keeping score, that probably puts the Warrior as the best class in the game right now. Especially if some of the things that Jonathan has said are true. All right. But it does have competition. Again, there's a single node here that really just is really crazy. Now, here's the thing. I think that if you like playing the economy game, I think if you like trading and you really, really want to trade and you really want to make a lot of money, I think Witch Hunter is going to be this. I look at its demon and undead nodes, and I look at its ability to do damage, and I'm thinking, oh, this thing is going to clear. It's going to feel so good to run Expedition as a Witch Hunter. It is going to feel so good to run Breach as a Witch Hunter. So good. Anything where the majority of the content is undead, anything where the majority of the content is demons, this is going to be great. Now, we don't know what all is being classified as undead and what all is being classified as demons, but still. So yeah, that's where I think we are. If I'm going to go, like, I think this is above the... I think Titan is above the Gemling Legionnaire. This I think is still going to be the more fun broken class, but Titan is it's just so flat broken. It's just so flat broken. And again, this is in a vacuum. This is knowledge in a vacuum. Oh. I think come on. Come on. There we go. Yeah. I think Sanguimancer is probably last here. Again, I think some people are sleeping on Pathfinder. But yeah, I think that's where these sit. I think this is where this sits. Where I'm happy here too. Invoker just has more tools to play with than Stormweaver. They're both elemental builds, but Invoker can spec into different things. So if elemental skills turn out to not be that good, maybe metagems will be. And worst comes to worst, he can also go minions. I think the Deadeye is just solid. I just really think the Deadeye is just a solid class. And I've said what I think about the Infernalist. We really need to see what's the Infernalist. And yeah, again, Acolyte. I would let someone else take the bullet. I would let someone else get off the ramp first. Again, you really like the fantasy. You really want to play it. Play it. It'll probably be great. But there's a lot where I think we need to see how these are going to work. We'll go ahead and save. And me want to do a thing. Okay. This will go in my blog folder. Okay. All right. It is time. Oops, I need to. There we go. All right. Here we go again. Hold on to your butts. Cue the Grand Theft Auto meme. Dun 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 ba da da dun 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 ba da da ba da da da. All right. Oh, you know, I should have just checked. Okay. The website is at least saying down for maintenance. That is an improvement from where it was before. Okay. It looks like problems are still happening, but it looks like, if I'm understanding this correctly from the thread, it looks like it is now actually possible to potentially log in and play the game. There's no guarantee you're going to be able to log in and play the game, but it looks like there's a possibility you can do it. Also, this killed my bitrate. So, wow. Let me try dropping my bitrate a little bit. I should have such good upload. Like, I should have 30 meg. It should be enough to stream this. Oh, wait. Bitrate's... Oh, let's try... let's try dropping it a little bit anyway. See if that stabilizes things. So I'm going to try running 38. I'm going to try running 3800. See if that improves things. In the meantime, clicky the button. Here's a button. I'm in a queue. I am officially in a, and it's a queue that is counting down. My friends, we're doing this. We're making this happen. I think that actually made things worse. Hold on. If I go up to 6 again, will it? We're going 48. We have a queue. We have a queue. I love you guys. I love you guys. Hey. Yeah, that made things a lot worse. Wouldn't be surprised if I end up with a stream disconnect in a moment. Did it disconnect? Well, it looks like it hasn't disconnected yet, but it could be a late message. I'm gonna stick it to 4K. I apologize if this results in a lot of frame drop. Potentially, like, with how things go, like, I could potentially, like, then I would be the one again negotiating and... Oh, that's better. Yeah, going back down to 4 was a better idea. Okay. But yeah, the internet bill, I could then negotiate the internet bill, and then I could potentially make sure I've got good upload. Like, I could even actually, like, directly ask them, like, hey, you know, what kind of packages do you have that would be good for streaming? And do some research on that. All right, we're looking a lot more stable now. Okay, I shouldn't have messed with that. Live and learn. It's happening. It's happening. Oh. I hope some of you have stuck around. Shafi 2K, I don't know if you're still in, or I don't know if anyone else is tuned in or anything like that, but hopefully you guys have all stuck around, or somebody stuck around. Why is this still saying Grotman's Calendar, by the way? All of my stream titles are saying Path of Exile. Alright. Okay, so League content. I was thinking about doing a League content tier list. So right now in the game, we have Domination League. We have Essence League. We have Breach League. We have Beyond League. We have Ambush. We have Expedition. We have Ritual. We have Sanctum. We have Ultimatum. See, I'm missing one. Delirium. And we have Delirium. So those are the leagues we currently have in the game. So let me see. I can probably, while this is counting down, let me pull up the list of PoE leagues. Alright, so let's pull up the list of PoE leagues. And I'm apologize, I'm going to be missing chat for a bit. Alright, we can go backwards. So, Settlers. I would like to see Settlers come back in some form. Now, it would not make sense for it to come back in a story form. Okay, so they would have to write a new settlement to take charge of. But I love that whole thing, like all the way back in the Dragon Quest days. From Dragon Quest 3. I love the whole creating your own town and building that town up. It's just such a fantastic mechanic. And the whole timed mechanic nature of it means that if you're one of those people who can't, like, spend a ton of time playing the game, you're still able to play. Like, you know, you're still getting benefits from time spent. So I hope we see Settlers return in some form or another. Necropolis. As much fun as I had, I don't think that its mechanics belong in the game. I found the way that they did the deterministic crafting to be quite tedious, like very powerful but very tedious. Like, if it were just like Like if they had come up with like a thing where you create your crafting recipes and then you have to kill a certain number of monsters to fuel the recipe. And then maybe even like randomizes what, and then you start going down and hunting down those monsters. I think that would have been a much more fun way to do it. But like just building up the necropolis, you know, building up your count of bodies and trading for them, and then having to carefully, like, I actually kind of like the puzzle nature of the mechanic. It's just, again, just like with Harvest, it was one of those mechanics that was just so easy to optimize. If you can have, if your mechanic is something that can be mechanically, mathematically optimized, the internet is going to mathematically optimize it. So I think if they bring Necropolis back, they need to do a lot of work on it. Affliction. I did not play Affliction. I've heard some mixed opinions on the Wildwood. I understand like the biggest problem people had was the Wildwood was just, it was one of those leagues where like the legibility of the mechanic and the screen was just dog. It was just not there. It was mud. So it was really difficult to make any kind of informed gameplay decision while playing it. So probably still not a bad idea to maybe revisit, but it needs to be reworked. Ancestor. I missed out on Ancestor and I want Ancestor back. I find the idea of these kind of side games, like having a literal auto battler that you fight alongside Dota style in the game, that's just great. That is just such a good fun thing. Now, obviously, the kind of, you know, balancing out the rewards and making sure everything works, that's a different story. So they're probably going to have to do it, but I would love to see Tota come back. I would love to see Tota come back. Crucible. I think these are mechanics that we're getting. Ooh. Wait. Guys.
Criminals! Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land.
We're here. Alright. Guys, what we gotta do. I gotta come in here. I gotta immediately pick warrior. And I have to see if I can do this. And then we're going to come back. All right, I have my name. That's what I had to do. I had to make sure I got my name. If we connect. If we actually get to the riverbank. Because now we're changing instances. Alright. Alright. Now we're going to click through the classes and listen to him. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring up my volume here. Know why lightning strikes, why fire burns, and why cold freezes. They do so because I command it. The vengeance of the Marraket will find those who have transgressed, no matter where they run. Fire spells. Create large explosions, set your enemies on fire, and watch them burn. Cold spells. Slow enemies down, freeze them in place, control their movement.
Shatter!
Lightning spells. Bounce lightning around your foes and shock them for even higher damage. Ooh, we have a coming soon pain. I wonder if this is going to be our ascendancy pain. Because we really want that pain, so I wonder if we're going to get it.
Foundling! It is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child. Our people made you strong. How were they repaid? Sedition and lies. Speak now if you choose.
I wanted very little for myself. A forge, a bed. They took that all away when they burned down my home. Give me one good hammer, and they will find that there is nothing more dangerous than a man of peace roused to war. Heavy slams. Hit hard. Slam your mace on the ground. Crack the earth. We're going to turn it down a little bit. Yes! Yes! Stuns and knockbacks. Stun your enemies. Push them back. Knock them to the ground. It's so good! Oh. See, this is what has been missing from all of the previews and stuff. The feel and the sound of the combat. Oh, it sends shivers down my spine. Defenses. Shrug off small hits with heavy armor.
In the name of a filthy thief. Your guilt is clear. Plead for mercy, if you must.
She saved a kid's life, is what she did. Kill them before they arrive. Agility. Shoot on the move. Jump over your enemies. Leap away from danger. Crowd control. Slow your enemies. Freeze them in place. Don't let them reach you.
Foul witch! Your very own coven cast you out for your forbidden pursuits. Your twisted necromancy ends here, at the end of a noose. Speak your last.
I do not fear death. I am its master. Darkness and the dead are my weapons of war. My enemies will rot from the inside out as my army of horses tears them screaming limb from limb. The witch is always no nonsense in these games. Send forth armies of the dead, command them to do your bidding. Chaos magic, let loose plagues and wither afflictions. Let loose plague and withering afflictions. A slow but painful death.
And your crossbow has kept your coin purse full. Here you are judged and found guilty. What say you?
You've got a weapon? Elemental rounds. Use cold to freeze them. Use fire rounds to set them aflame. Having some connection issues again. I apologize.
Pagan! You failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me. Call out to your dreamer. Let us see if he answers.
My life has been naught but discipline and focus preparing me for this. I fight for the benevolent dreamer. Free my hands and those who seek chaos will fall before me. Quick strike. Overwhelm them with ceaseless flurry of blows. Don't let them. Ability. Weave through hordes. Dodge out of danger. Close in for the kill. Combo. Build up power before unleashing devastating. wonder if I can get my...
Foul witch! Your very own coven cast you out for your forbidden pursuits. Your... What? The witch is escaping! Kill her!
Well, there's character number 2. I'm not going to go through and create one of each yet. I will come up with names for them and as we play the game. All right. Okay. Probably need to manually enable my controls. Whoops. Uh-oh. Oh, it's making me...
I will not join the dead today.
Okay. I might have to exit to character selection. See if I can change the settings from here. Is it showing it naturally? Oh, okay. Input method set to controller. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. You can couch co-op on a PC. How's that for some features? All right. Again, we are starting the warrior. So I can either free run around, or I can aim in different directions. Got a lot again. I wonder if I can tighten that. Alright. A is interact. E is my dodge roll. I want to change that. I don't want B to be my dodge roll. I want it to be this. Okay, those are emotes. Or some simple other useful things. We'll take a look at that in a minute.
The first ones! You're alive!
Okay, we have a wounded man. Boy, isn't this a familiar setup.
I'm glad to see another living soul. The miller went off to warn Clearfell about a strange sickness plaguing our men. I was fixing to go after him, till that bloody thing got to me first. Now, all those who drowned in the flooding, suddenly they ain't so dead no more. I would appreciate it if you could... Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
Clearfell could be in danger. I'd best hurry.
Alright. Okay, that's my menu. Alright. I move my right stick to strafe. How do I attack? Do I ever attack? How do I set my button presses? So it looks like I get 6 charges on each flask. A lot I want to change too. Alright. There's the respawn at checkpoint button we heard about. Ah! R for how to... Okay. Okay, so that just brings up my current level. Okay, that doesn't do anything yet. Yeah, I think I must have screwed something up with... and now, like, either my right button or my right trigger was supposed to be attack. It's supposed to be my basic attack, but I can't seem to set it. Okay, so I have to figure out how to set things. Okay. Bumper skills. Okay. Alright, set skill bind. Alright, here we go. Alright. Bumper on our trigger. Go ahead and put it on the bumper for now. Especially since it is just the basic attack. Alright. Now I've got it. Oh, that feels good. Okay, so we've got a little bit of built-in movement if there's nobody nearby. It's nice. Okay. Also got a little bit of area, right? Bind those eventually. Joik. Also might want to reload that. Alright. Okay, so we got pre-stun threshold and some thorns. Nothing particularly good yet. We got a chest. And we got a splintered tower shear. Okay. Ah! That is actually exactly where I wanted it. That is exactly where I wanted it. Oh, you are slow while blocking. You are really slow while blocking. Okay. Good to know. And hello, Angelita. We are finally, and I've been having a little bit in the way of connection issues, and of course, none of my connection issues were anywhere near as bad as PoE's. But I apologize. I am going to be focusing on that. I should put on... Hold on. I'm going to put my scrolling text on. Because I need to be focusing on the game at this point. Alright, so cursor can kind of hang around a bit. Even if you're on controller. Alright, I want to do some more rebinding. So, let's see. I'm gonna go to skills. Oh, here's our passive tree. We're gonna come back here later in a moment. Oh, here's the new, here's our new character sheet. We don't start off with energy and shield or spirit. We have 58 life, 48 mana. A lot tighter than I was expecting, but we do have 15 strength, over 7 int and 7 dex. Actually got some decent evasion going on. Okay. So we have Ray Shield, is where we want it. Alright, we're going to open the bind screen. Alright. I want to take this. I'm going to put this on Y. That's where I'm used to that kind of swap being. I'm going to take my dodge roll. Put this on LT. Right. Toggle map. Let's see. I'm going to put this on... Actually, maybe I'll put the bind... Oh. I'm going to put this on X. Alright. I do want these to stay on a trigger button. I might have to adjust which one goes where. Okay, contextual 1, button bind, redirect with some game content. Contextual 2, contextual 3, and contextual, and then open the chat. Guess we'll find out what those are later. All right. I haven't found a skill gem yet. I guess I want to make sure that I'm getting used to the controls. So I'm currently using flash charges more than I... Ah! Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Now this might be just what I need.
Alright. Rolling slam.
What power!
Hammer and anvil!
Wow. They got the sound design on point there. Absolutely on point. It just feels so good. Are you where you need to be? You are not. Okay, I need to rebind that then. Okay, hang on. I need to rebind that. this button is definitely that trigger. This button is definitely that trigger. Okay. Alright. We're going to rebind that there. Rebind this one there. Alright. Okay. There. Now I can use mana potion. Oh, and I've refilled. Cool. Key.
Dodge this! Tempered by victory.
Yes. Alright, first of all, we got this dude. Okay, got some more mana. Running out of... we are, though, running low on our Scrolls of Wisdom. Alright. Okay. So, we can go for... Yeah, this is going to be one of those things where you're being able to change on the fly, which I don't think they've got that set up yet. I don't think I can click on here and change what I'm doing on the fly yet. Don't think I can click on... Oh. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. That's fantastic. We are going for the added melee. Info. Hold on. Alright, I'm curious. Okay, I can use that to search. Oh no, right stick. There's the tooltips. There's the tooltips we were promised. And in damage per second too. It's in DPS. It's not in it is not in just flat damage.
Brannock? Is that you? Stay back! Don't do this!
Ow! Oh!
Dodge this! I'm sorry, Brannock. It was me, or you.
Now we got a new lesser life flask. Take a look at those in a moment.
Well done. Please come inside.
You're about to enter Clearfield encampment. Choose an instance to enter below. Right now it's just giving me one instance to check.
Had to believe, well, it's a good thing you managed to escape the Count's justice. Let's just say that. It seems the first ones have graced us with fortune. We could sorely use your strength in these dark times.
Alright, he's given me another skill gem.
There's a beast of particular dark power stalking us out in the Felling. It moves unseen under the dirt and attacks without warning. We can't leave the walls to find food, and I've been unable to corner and slay the beast myself. Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer as fit...
And I shall be your humble provider of useful and diverse objects. That are most definitely not scrounged or stolen. If I don't got it, I can get it. You just let me know. Oi, it's you! You're Renly's foundling. Renly's... I am Finn, and I shall be your humble provider.
Okay. So we can redo the introduction as much as we want. I in the PoE 1, this shadows out when you when you hear something you've already heard, so a little tricky there. They might want to change the timing or have some type of like bar or scrolling that shows that you're not accidentally clicking. You will get a random item of that type. Could be anything. Could be anything then.
Why then?
He lives up to his reputation.
Alright. I've actually got some items so we can identify and equip. We have a bone wand. Let's see. We'll probably sell that. We're going to level 2 bone blast. We've got a lesser life flask. Okay, so our current life flask is just a regular life flask. This recovers more, but it reduces how many... No, and it recovers more, and it reduces the charges used. So I will be able, in theory, be able to regain the ability to heal faster. Alright. We got a helmet. Okay. We can also engrave a skill.
While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators when their stun meter is almost full. Use Bone Shatter to stun them instantly and deal a high damage explosion around the target. While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters... Earthquake creates jagged ground that slows enemies. After a few seconds, the ground explodes with an aftershock, dealing a large amount of damage. Earthquake creates... While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators when their stun meter is almost full. Use Bone Shatter to stun them instantly and deal a high damage.
Cool. Alright, that is a useful feature. So our choices right now are Bone Shatter or Earthquake. Part of me wants to do this one because it's a slam, but I like the setup combo potential of this one. So I'm going to play around with Bone Shatter, I think, first. We even got some skill details. So this is an AoE melee strike skill. It is an attack. It is level 1. It costs 9 mana. Its attack speed is 60% of base. So does that mean I'm willing to bet that means it's slower. So it's slower than our basic attack. And it does the same amount of damage as our basic attack. It requires a one-handed mace or a two-handed mace. Attacks enemies with a melee strike. The strike will cause a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. Upon causing a heavy stun, it will also create a shockwave, dealing a large amount of damage in an area. +2 to strike range. While dual wielding, both weapons hit with 30% less damage. Cannot cause stun buildup. So this is purely a combo piece. Alright. We'll go ahead and check Earthquake too. This is an AoE melee slam with a duration. This level 1 costs 8 mana. It has 75% of our base attack damage, or base attack speed, and 40% of dirt damage. Smashes the ground, dealing damage in an area and leaving behind jagged ground that slows enemies. The jagged ground erupts in a powerful aftershock after a duration. Cannot create jagged ground on top of an existing patch, or if you already have the maximum number of active patches. 100% increased magnitude of jagged ground you create. While dual wielding, both weapons hit with 30% less damage. Impact radius is 1.8 meters. Jagged ground radius is 2.2 meters. Maximum 2 jagged ground patches. Jagged ground duration is 4 seconds. So this is kind of a fun little slam and setup skill. But we're going to go with the combo skill for now. Alright, and I'm going to want it on one of these, I think.
Hey. Not sure what I'm going to do with it, but cheers.
Okay.
See you.
Ah, the all-important well. Both are used to replenish your life, mana, and refill your equipped flasks.
How can I help? Where have you been, lad? I put on a brave face, but it's the truth. This part of Farrell has been a fair home for many an Esomite generation. The clans didn't always get along, but we had to settle our feuds when the Eternals laid their savage boot upon us. We weren't able to take part in the Bloody Flowers Rebellion, but we had our share of conflict with them here. Their ruins run over the top of ours, fighting a silent war in stone. It's a shame what happened to old Brannock. He was a kind man in life, but I can't say I'll miss the creature he became. Oh, he tried to batter his way in for 5 full days once he rose again. Well, we thought we were done for, but then you came along, and I'm glad you did. There's a beast of particular dark powers. Now, if you could chant... If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Yes?
Nothing to say on the power quest. Oftentimes, NPCs in PoE 1 would have stuff to say on.
Welcome to the Camp of the Lost. I am Una. I know you and I never met in the village, but Renly has been sick with worry about you since he got here. This is the first good news he's had, and for that, I am thankful to see you. You must have heard the rumors in the village. All this began the night Count Genor took his most loyal men into the Grillwood. That's when his growing madness began. Something happened out there. Please, and I'm doing my best to keep spirits raised with my songs. Hope is the only thing we have now, but it's in short supply.
More Scrolls of Wisdom. Would probably be... It's nice that I can just buy the Scrolls of Wisdom now. Can't wait to have someone who ID, because I know that's going to come. That we'll have our scepters apparently aren't weapons anymore. No smacking people with your scepters. Very similar mods. but this one is slightly better. Of course, now we can disenchant. Let's see. Oh, okay, that's just has to do with how the controller works. No, it is a little bit of, that's a little bit of a UI bug. The radio menu gives access to
Hammer and anvil!
I thorns while blocking. That's fun. Forgot about my stun. Yeah, you can only block for so long. That's the only problem. Yes! Oh, that felt good.
I have received reports of a number of villagers hiding at the Clearfell logging site. Travel there and convey my order to return. Anyone refusing my authority should be considered a traitor and a criminal. Deal with them as you see fit, but bring their bodies back to the manor.
Alright, wants me to do the binding tutorial. Okay. Alright. I want this. I want this bound. This is, how do I... let's see what else we got. Hold on. While we're here, let's see what else we got. Alright. So we have punch. So I can just punch somebody. Do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to put that here. Because we might need to toggle weapons. Okay. Keep a look more. Let's go back here. Okay, direct minions. Move your minions or signal which target your minions focus on. Interesting. Open chat. Toggle targeting mode. Change between targeting modes. Dynamic default target enemies will be reevaluated continuously. Okay. Uncut gem. Okay, still level 1.
Earthquake creates jagged ground that slows enemies. After a few seconds, the
Okay. So I should look at what else we can do here. Alright, so we got elemental, we got fire, flame wall.
pass through the wall will deal extra fire damage. Flame Wall ignites enemies when caught in it. Any projectiles that pass through the wall will deal extra fire damage. Armor-piercing Ice Nova can chill and freeze enemies. Use it if enemies get too close. Ice Nova can armor. Frost Bomb pulses with ice, reducing enemies' resistance to cold damage. After a time, the ore will explode. Frostbolt. Spark projectiles bounce off walls. This has a chance to shock enemies. Shocked enemies take more damage. Armor-piercing rounds can break enemy armor. Look out for this symbol that indicates an armored enemy, and this symbol that indicates the armor is broken. This armor-piercing rounds can break enemy armor. Look out for this symbol that indicates an armored enemy.
Welcome.
And this symbol that indicates the armor is broken. This is an ammo skill. Use it to charge your bolts, then use basic attack to fire. If you need to, you can use this skill again to manually reload. Armor-piercing fragmentation rounds pierce through enemies. Frozen enemies will shatter in an icy explosion. This is an ammo skill. Use it to charge your bolts, then use basic attack to fire. Permafrost bolts shatter on impact, hitting enemies behind the target. This attack is very effective at freezing enemies. This is an ammo skill. Use it to... Explosive grenades have a long fuse, but deal devastating damage if you can catch enemies in the blast.
Oh yeah.
Explosive grenades have a long fuse, but deal devastating with kill. Falling Thunder is a lightning area attack. If you have power charges, this skill will consume them to deal a lot more damage and create projectiles. With Killing Palm equipped, monsters will display these blue indicators when they are low on life. Use Killing Palm to dash to these monsters and cull them for an instant kill. This will grant you a power charge. Other skills like Falling Thunder will spend power charges to greatly enhance their effects.
Ooh,
With Killing
charged Falling
Glacial
Thunder
Cascade
looks
is a
nice.
cold area attack that ends with a powerful spike of ice. Hitting a frozen target with the spike will do a large amount of damage. Frozen locusts will explode when attacked by you or your enemies. Placing it in front of attacking enemies will allow you to both retreat and deal damage. Frozen locust. Monsters that die while infected with contagion will spread the infection to nearby enemies. The damage of a contagion increases each time it spreads. Other chaos debuffs on the enemy, such as Essence Drain, will also be spread. Infected corpses can be used to spread contagion if you use a skill that targets the corpse, such as Unearth. Monsters that die. If it kills a monster or hits a corpse, it summons a short-lived bone minion. Unearth. Skeletal warriors have high defense but don't do much damage. Use them to shield yourself or other minions in your army. Skeletal minions revive automatically, so long as no other minions have died recently. Skeletal snipers do high damage but have low life. They can be commanded to fire an arrow of poison gas. The clouds explode if an igniting effect or detonating skill is used on them. Skeletal minions revive automatically, so long as no other minions have died recently. Skeletal snipers do use a poison burst arrow explodes to cover enemies in poison. You can only have
Not bad
one
now that
stack
we're
of
actually in the
poison on
game.
each enemy, so there is no reason to hit enemies multiple times with this skill, except to refresh the timer. Poison burst arrow explodes to cover enemies in poison. You can only have one stack of poison on each enemy, so there is no reason to hit enemies multiple times with this skill, except to refresh the timer. Use Escape Shot to jump backwards and shoot an explosion of ice. This skill is very effective for freezing enemies, but deals low damage. Use Lightning Arrow chains lightning to multiple nearby targets. lightning damage has a chance to shock enemies. Shocked enemies take more damage. Lightning rods stick into the ground after impact. Any chaining lightning skill, such as lightning arrow, can hit these rods and cause them to explode again. Lightning rods stick into the...
Alright. So...
While
right now...
Earthquake creates
Right now, I'm thinking that rather than expand out from maces, like I could, like, there's nothing stopping me, for example, from taking an elemental spell, but I know that right now I'm currently still in a very physical portion of the tree. So I think I'm going to stick with Earthquake for the time being. So now I will have all of the available mace skills available to me. I could potentially go for two-hander, but I want to try, or for dual wielding, but I want to try using... Alright, where do I want you? We will put you... Let's see. We'll put you here for now. I can still punch someone that way. Thank you, Gamek. Although I will likely still recommend you to somebody else because there are people who know even more than I do. So. All right. Go ahead and grab the checkpoints here and come back down. Whoa, that's new.
Weakling!
Yes! I like that so much! Oh, that feels so good. Alright. We'll continue with left hand roll for now and we'll take a look. There's gonna be a lot more secrets and stuff in these levels, but... looks like it's the way forward. Oh, looks like they got some range stuff going on. Oops. Killed him with my thorns. Looks like there's like maybe an encampment.
Fear will best you!
I do kind of feel like that first hit of Rolling Slam should be something that could just like end one of those little dudes though. Oh, got some pots there to break open. Whoops, hit the wrong button. You hit the wrong button! Hit him. Why did you miss? Oh, I guess there is such a thing as hit rating, and so it's possible to miss.
Not yet.
Does so much damage too.
Forged by flame.
just... The sound design is so satisfying. Just insane. Oh, wrong skill tree. This skill tree. Alright. I probably should have taken a look at what notables I was going into. Okay, so our next one is we're not going to use the highway just yet, although we can always pick it up if we need to. You know what? Mouse time. Alright, so we have... Pardon me. We have another 8% increased melee damage to begin with. And we've got stun build-up. Or we can just go straight melee. But the stun buildup will get us to our first notable faster. And that is brutal. 10% increased stun buildup, 16% increased melee damage, plus 10 to strength. Alright. But we're going to start... We first have to start with just more melee damage. Oh, it's brutal. Okay, we got the Grellwood there. Uh-oh. I guess she can res. I guess she can res. Wow, that... We have a mud burrow. Oh, waypoint. Come on, let me back up the Greaves, please. Ooh. I forgot I put that there. I'm probably not going to use that a lot, but I don't want to be triggering that by accident. So... Oh, did I not actually... I don't think I actually set my passive. Hold on. Like, I selected it, but I didn't actually confirm it. So... There we go. Now it's confirmed. Then we're going to remove. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. No. No. Oops. Alright, let's go back to town real quick. Go back this way. Kind of feels like, you know, when I first started playing Diablo 2 and I would rotate through the first area. Okay. Right now I've just got pure evasion, but I've also got that thorns damage, which is proving nice when I'm blocking.
Like this one.
We are selling. Oh, wrong button again. Need to get used to the keybind. Alright. We still don't have a lot of gold to play around with. And she doesn't have any items really. Punch a zombie. Ah, no, that feels lame. Hopefully they'll work on unhanded, unarmed a bit more. Ooh. Oh, boss fight time. Boss fight. Oh, that was creepy as hell. That was so freaking creepy.
Out of mana.
Uh-oh. Guys, that was an awesome second boss. That's only the second boss in the game. That is only the second boss. Oh, wow. Also, considering how stationary, going back over my mind in the boss fight, considering how stationary she was, thank you, Gamic. I really should have started by dropping out of slam and having that getting ready to do damage to her. But we will keep that in mind for the future. If we see a boss that likes to stand around and cast, we know what to do. Alright. Ooh. Well, that is better armor though too. Alright, I want to see. Talk to.
Hello.
There we go. Alright. Again, still need to adjust to the control scheme. Oh, welcome back, and it is fantastic so far. I mean, this is early game still, and I'm already having a ball. All right, that's why. Okay, I see how they're doing it now. Okay, so I can, just to show you guys real quick, I can tap to go in. Okay, and that'll transport me between instances that are already open. Okay, or I can hold it and I can pull up an instance menu. So that's how you get to different instances if you need to. All right, let me try something here. Interface. Where is the map? Here we go. All right, so this is what I need to do. There we go. There we go. All right. So now if I need to travel with the map up, it's a lot easier to read. Alright, so are we going to the Mud Burrow or the Grellwood? I think we're going to the Mud Burrow first. Oh, I've heard some stories. I've heard stories, guys. I have heard me some stories. Let's see what happens. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Oh! Major maggot lair vibes. Major maggot lair vibes. People talk about this game being a true spiritual successor to Diablo 2. This is the kind of stuff they're talking about. Smash! Exile smash! The checkpoint, I think, is telling me that's the way to the boss.
Dodge this!
Couldn't quite get there. Trigger the death blows. Oh, some of these guys are. The sound design in this game is fantastic. Uh-oh. You're poisoned. Along there. Ah, nice. All right. Details like that. Details like that matter, though. Those details matter. All right. So we're going the short route and doing stun build up. Or are we going this route? It's tough. Because a part of me wants to see about potentially building up into a more of a stun build. But a part of me just wants to do raw Hawk Smash damage. And yeah, guys, sorry, but Hulk Smash is winning out right now. Okay, so we got these things that come out of the goddamn walls.
Hammer and anvil!
Oh, they come out swinging too. They come out swinging too. Didn't quite stun and hit anyone with the threshold there. Now that is one thing that because of the way stun threshold works, the stunning would help with my combo a bit, but right now at least it feels like I'm stunning pretty well. Of course that could change in the future. Now currency orb. Okay, so orb of augmentation. So I can give my gloves another magic modifier. Thing is, I don't want to... I'm not worried about mana, so I don't particularly want to keep that. Armor, on the other hand... We're going to go ahead and add another enchantment there. And get some nice increased armor. Checkpoint.
Face me! My satchel is full.
Okay. Oh. Okay. What am I doing? I think for man, I can't use mouse for my inventory. That's kind of so I can use mouse in the skill screen, but we don't have it in the inventory yet. I know that that's supposedly coming, but they just didn't have it ready. I think controller is probably going to be really, really good on melee in this. For ranged characters, I think you'll probably want to go WASD. I think controller especially, like I said, they are going to give you the ability to like use your mouse in the menus, or at least I seem to recall hearing that they were going to do that. So. Another one. Need to get some recovery, I think. Another checkpoint. They're being pretty liberal with us. Oh. I'm pretty sure we're here. Yeah.
Corruption has twisted it into a nightmare.
Darn it, missed it.
No chance.
Wow. Just chomp. Oh, it's doing tutorial thing. Okay, thank you. That was an opportune time for tutorial, but man, this thing hits like a train. You need to really make sure you get clear of that slam it does. knew I wasn't gonna make it to. Yeah, no, this thing is evil. This is capitally. I think I'm starting to get into it though. I think I'm starting to get a feel for it. Really need to make sure that you dodge that slam.
Hammer and anvil!
Also, really gotta watch. I feel like they need to make the poison on the ground a little bit more obvious. I gotta keep my eye. That's the other big thing about this fight. Need to keep my eye on his tail. Ah! Oh, get right into it. Charges left. I screwed up earlier in the fight too. Tail, get away from me.
Dodge this!
Getting a little uppity, aren't you? Bad timing on my part. Ah! So close. Now, this is one of those positions where maybe what you want to do is go fight something else and come back. I think I am getting to where I want to be.
tail.
Also, I keep trying to control like Elden Ring, even though I've been setting up these controls for different control schemes. There it is. Another way again. I looked down at my controller because my fingers had drifted to the wrong buttons. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Trees? Something happened here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We froze. Something happened and we froze. It's interesting though, I can move my cursor around kind of and just kind of between them. I think it was trying to trigger the tutorial about healing using your healing potion. But yeah, yes, the boss design already is so freaking good. So freaking good. All right. Okay, I can do it that way. So we are going to try respawning at checkpoint. Okay. Everything's back to normal. All right, so I was able to get out of that. Ow! I have got to... I've got to...
Destruction!
I'm freezing when I die. Something's causing me to freeze when I die. I don't know if that's an interest thing or a control scheme thing, but... Yeah, it's trying, I think it's trying to do this tutorial. I might have to end up disabling the tutorials after. Man, he hits in a huge block with that acid.
anvil! Horrific task.
Woo!
But to protect Clearfell, I'll do it again.
That is fantastic.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Alright, I have to obviously choose something to not take with me. Okay. I'll probably... Ooh! This way, yeah. This is my shield has a better block chance, but this has this is armor. This is an armor energy shield chance. Okay, I'm not worried about energy shields. All right, so we're keeping that because it's enchanted. Drop? No, not equip. How do I drop? There it is. Drop. Okay. Grab that. Okay, so. Does he have the ability to just town portal? I think I can. I think that's how this works now. Oh! That is fantastic! No more TP scrolls. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna come back and get the rest of the loot. Alright, let's sell stuff off
Sorry,
first.
I was just... Another for my collection. Thank you. Yes.
All right. I am noting I am peaking a little bit on the sound here. Okay. So that's right stick plus up. Oh, okay. Or up. There we go. Okay. That's how you open that. All right. We are going to name this just C. Actually, can I integrate? Can I use my mouse with my stash? I might. Okay. All right. Oh, friendly.
Oh, finally! Took down the Devourer, did you? Oh, that's incredible! This is the first real...
I just realized I wasn't recording the way I wanted to.
I know I'm not your father, lad, but I've tried hard to raise you the best I can. I don't know how the Karui might have taught you, but I imagine you'll still be the man you are today. You've always had a strong will. That's what truly makes you an Ezomite, no matter where you were born.
make sure I'm not running over any cords.
Stick to the carrots. Oi.
He arrested my father for bringing in the harvest one day late, and the rest of my family scattered and fled as the soldiers came for them. I was songs now. I keep longing for a ray of light to cut through the darkness of these bleak days.
Hello, Guy Start. And I'm doing all right. I am definitely doing well now that we are actually in the game.
The Devourer is just another victim of the sickness infecting our precious land. Many of Ogham's beasts are fearsome and dangerous, but not like this.
Local hero. You killed the Devourer in its own lair. That's mighty brave of you, hero. Now at least we won't starve to death. One less way to die, I guess. You killed the Devourer. See you.
All right. See if this instant is reset. It wouldn't surprise me if it has. Yeah, it has.
Break!
Oh!
Come back.
Okay, that spell hurts. Oh, I forgot to... Let's go ahead and do that now. Got an ID Greyhound. With not stats that I normally think I'd need, but eventually I will probably need some int. Plus Helm's our renowned friend. Alright, let's start with the uncut skill gem.
While
All right.
Bone...
So I'm still using Rolling Slam as my primary. I'm still using Rolling Slam as my primary. We're gonna go ahead and level that one up. And we will probably support it too. Okay, so we'll look at all of them, but so I can infuse my basic attack with fire. I can give it lacerate, which lets it bleed. Let's go ahead and read through these. So fire infusion support, which is supports attacks and has the fire keyword, it looks like. Requires +5 to strength. Supports attacks causing them to gain fire damage but deal less cold and lightning damage. So if you're trying to spec fire, this is how you would do it. Note, if you're not already doing cold and lightning, it does not matter. Supported attacks gain 25% of damage as extra fire damage. Supported attacks deal 50% less cold and lightning damage. So extra means on top, so it's going to take whatever damage you're already dealing, and you're going to deal an extra 25%. Alright, lacerate. How you lacerate it with a club, I'm not sure. There are definitely mazes you can do it with, that's for sure, though. Hold on a moment. All right. The 120. Oh, this one has a multiplier on, so it increased the cost of the skill by 120%, or by basically by 20%, probably is what it means. So So you're paying 120% of what the skill currently costs. Supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to inflict bleeding. Rage. Okay. Supports melee attacks, causing them to grant rage on hit. Support skills grants 3 rage on melee hit. Now, let's look at the info here. What is rage? Rage grants 1% more attack damage per 1 rage gained, to a maximum of 30, so you can get up to 30% extra damage. Or I should say 30% more damage. The vocabulary of PoE is very specific. You lose 1 rage every 0.1 seconds if you have not taken damage or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. Only 1 hit every 0.5 seconds can cause you to gain rage. You bleed off rage really, really quickly. This feels like a mechanic you want to spec into. Alright. Now we have Bone Shatter. Execute. Supports any skills that hits enemies, causing it to deal more damage against enemies on low life. Support a skill deals 40% more damage with hits against enemies that are on low life. I gotta say, that sounds really good, especially since I love that execute combo. Like, I really love the rolling slam and to execute. Like, that's a lot of fun. Or into Bone Shatter. Impact Shockwave. Supports melee strike skills, causing them to create an aftershock that damages enemies around the target when they heavy stun an enemy. And since that's the whole point, is we're trying to heavy stun enemies, supported skill creates an aftershock when they heavy stun an enemy, dealing the same damage to enemies within 1.4 meters. And then Conk Effect. Supports any skills with an area effect, causing that area to be smaller, but the area damage it deals to be higher. Kind of like the area damage it's currently hitting, though. Alright, Earthquake. Supports any skill that has a duration, making that duration shorter. Supported skills have 30% less skill effect duration. So I can use this to make the Earthquake happen sooner, so considering how I use this is a great support for this. And then Pin. Supports any skill that hits enemies, allowing its physical damage to pin enemies, but make it unable to stun. Considering I'm probably going to be following a lot of stun build-up, I don't want to use this. Now the nice thing is it does pin in place, so that when the earthquake happens, but that's not how I'm using it, really. Alright, now for Rolling Slam, we have a Fist of War. This is the one that lets me Ancestral Boost. This will be one every 6 seconds, but I'm not sure. I tend to spam it out a little bit, so. Overpower. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to build up stun more quickly. Hit support skill. This, however, this is where we're going. This is where we're going with this. We'll look at Unbreakable, but we know what we're doing. Support any skill that you can use, making you harder to stun while using it. 200% more stun threshold while using supported skills. Alright, before I select this, there are more supports that you can get. There are a lot more supports. These are just the recommended ones. And we are in this case going with the recommended. How do I get back to not showing all again? Anyway, we are going to go with Overpower, but How do I close the all? All right. We have our first support gem. Oh, I'd already stunned him. Oh, well. Need recovery. Please pick up the bracers. The only problem here is sometimes overspeed, so. But this will be really important for bosses. Seriously, look at how well that works. Alright. Into the Grailwood. Hello, Crash. Very simple but effective combo for now.
Hammer and anvil!
I've nowhere to keep that.
Oh, we are picking that up. Yeah, no, that ain't getting left behind. This alone, unfortunately, is probably going to make me switch to WSD sooner rather than later. If they get things back to the point where they, you can use your mouse and keyboard on your inventory while still using controller, because again, that is a feature that they said they were working on. So if they get that, I might go back. I might stay with controller, but I have a feeling I'll be trying WSD next a lot sooner than I was intending on it. Alright. Okay. How do I swap? Ah, there we go. Alright. Okay. Why did I switch? I did not mean to switch, but I switched. Why did I switch? Now I am really curious to see how it goes. I gotta admit, I'm liking the two-hander. I am very, very much liking the two-hander.
I've no more room.
Alright. I need to see. I need to find a good checkpoint and breakpoint here. actually. Like, I need to get to a waypoint is what I really need to do. Okay, how did I switch? Okay, that should switch me back. All right.
Sorry, I was just elsewhere.
All right. So we have 13 to 18 versus 15 to 28. Yeah. Yeah, that's just a little bit superior. Oh.
It's beautiful. I accept. I accept.
All right. Oh, she's got a ring. She has a ring for us. It's darn near 2,000 gold. It gives physical damage to. It's an. Yeah, this is. I almost thought it was a steel ring for a second because of the way it looks, but this is just a new art on the iron ring. But yeah, it does 1 to 4 physical life. Oh, I hope she keeps that. I hope she hangs on to that for a little bit. She's also got a new life flask. That's 90 life over 5 seconds as opposed to 50 over 3. You know, technically better. Maybe a little slower at healing. But do I want to keep disenchanting when I want that ring? I want the ring, so I think I'm going to sell. Come on. There we go. Make that hammer a little bit better. Alright. I'm going to stop picking up commons since I don't think they're providing me much gold benefit. Alright. Oh, excellent. I really, really did want...
I remember this place.
I really, really did need to get to a waypoint. And this seems like a good place to start. So I'm going to take a break. I will be... Oops. I will be coming back. Waypoint. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get dinner because I really need dinner. I do need to eat. I'm wondering, you know what? I am going to save everybody on the bandwidth, and I'm going to go ahead and log. That means I'm probably going to queue out, and I'll have to queue to come back in. Next time I queued up, though, I will go ahead and activate the stream again, and we will continue this, and we will see what is the story with the Hooded One and what Una has to say. Until then, this has been Exiled Erdrick. I'll see you all in Rayclast. Join me, why don't you?